Hello. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, thank you all so much for being here. I know how hard it is to get folks in person into a room at 9 a.m. post-COVID. Everybody is used to still being in the top half of the suit and sweatpants. I get it. Most of our audience today is online, but I am very, very happy that we have an in-person audience. And more importantly, all of our speakers today are going to be in person. This is the first return of our South China Sea Conference to this in-person format. Not that I didn't enjoy boxes on the screen for the last 2 years, but you really can't replace the give and take that you get from in-person experts arguing with each other up on stage. So thank you all so much. As many of you probably know, my name's Greg Poling. I direct the Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative here at CSIS, as well as our Southeast Asia program. You are not here to listen to me. You're here to listen to much smarter people talk about more important things, but I'm going to get a little bit of the housekeeping out of the way. Everything you hear today is going to be on the record. We're streaming to most of our audience online right now through CSIS.org as well as YouTube. If you miss anything, we'll get all the videos up. They'll be there for posterity. For those of you who don't have the time for that, we're also live tweeting it through multiple CSIS accounts. The event today is made possible, as usual, by support from the embassies of Australia, New Zealand, and Japan here in Washington, as well as the Foundation for EC Studies in Vietnam. And I think that's all I have to say. You certainly don't need me to tell you any more about the South China Sea. I do it far too often. What you do want to hear from is our opening keynote. So today, to kick things off, we have Representative Rob Whitman. Representative Whitman represents Virginia's 1st Congressional District. He's vice-ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee and ranking member on the Sea Power and Projection Forces within the subcommittee in the House Armed Services Committee. He also serves on the Congressional Shipbuilding Caucus and the U.S. Naval Academy's Board of Visitors. And so with that, please join me in welcoming up Representative Rob Whitman. Sir.
Thanks, Greg. Thanks so much. Well, Greg, thank you and good morning. What a great opportunity to be here with you today. I want to first start off, Greg, by thanking you and CSIS for this incredible opportunity. And I began some reading last night on what I think is a great book, and I would encourage everyone, if you don't have a copy, to get one. It's called On Dangerous Ground, America's Century in the South China Sea. Very apropos for today's discussions. Listen, the biggest challenge I think that not only the United States faces, but also nations around the world, is what is emerging with China. And China, as you know, has changed its behavior significantly over the past 40 years. From a time of somewhat passive behavior there in the Indo-Pacific region to increased activity in the South China Sea, to now taking reefs and building them into islands and then militarizing those islands and then asserting their efforts through the Air Defense Identification Zone by aggressively pursuing naval operations in the region, growing their strategic presence by building a Navy that has an incredible amount of capability. I think all of those things weigh on folks' minds around the world. And if you listen to the comments by governing officials in China, I think it gives you a pretty good perspective on how they see the future. The Chinese foreign minister said that for foreign nations that the South China Sea was not a safari park, and that for major nations this was not going to be a fighting arena. So pretty much laying down the gauntlet and saying, hey, listen, this area in the South China Sea is really there under the sovereignty, again, asserted by China, for China. And we know that that's not the case. We know it's incredibly important to make sure that the concept of sovereignty in international waters has to continue. We see that even General Milley has said that that's incredibly important, and that there has been seen by the Department of Defense an incredible increase in the aggressive behavior by China in the region. And I think we see where China's playbook is going with their efforts there on the seas, and not just in the South China Sea, but if you look at China now asserting its naval power, not just in the region, not just in the Indo-Pacific, but now around the world, asserting themselves to be a world power. I think that, again, gives you a window into what their desires are. You also see their aggressive behavior in the Air Defense Identification Zone, flying multiple sorties with both strategic and fighter aircraft into the area. Those things, I think, are incredibly telling about how China views themselves and how they view the region. Sea power, I think, is going to be that linchpin issue for the region in the years to come. China is building that capability at a record pace, building their Navy in all different areas, from surface ships, and the newest surface ships they're building, the newest destroyers, are incredibly capable platforms. They're now on their own building an aircraft carrier. Their ship building capacity is extraordinary, and the capability of their ships is something that needs to put us all in a place to understand the determination that China is placing out there. I know as we look at issues on the Sea Power Projection Forces Subcommittee, we see the element of a growing Chinese Navy, the efforts, too, of what we need to do to modernize and grow our Navy in relation to the efforts by the Chinese, and then understanding, too, that there's a lot to not only what we do, but how we do it. It's not only the number of ships, and I argue the number of ships is incredibly important, but it's also looking at what do we do in relation to operations, not just here, but around the world. And then looking at how do we incorporate newer elements of technology, how do we incorporate unmanned platforms into that whole realm of our capability. And again, our capability, I think, needs to be focused on deterrence, and the best way to have a deterrent force is to have a force that, if needed, can strike quickly, and strike decisively. That is a great deterrent force. Again, force structure is a big part of that. Let me emphasize this, too. The United States can't do it by itself. This region, I think, requires cooperative agreements with like-minded nations. That's why the Quad is so important. Relationships with India, and I've had the opportunity to go to India and visit with their Chief of Naval Operations, with President Modi, and looking at what they're doing to modernize their Navy. Going to Japan, too, talking to leaders there about what the Japanese are doing with their Navy and naval facilities there, as well as what's happening here in the United States. One of the things I think is incredibly important for the Quad is to make sure that the United States does what it says it's going to do. We've talked about the rebalance to the Pacific. As I've talked to leaders in those different countries, they've said, hey, listen, it's great that you talk about the rebalance, but we'd like to see a little bit more. We'd like to actually see that operationalized. And again, with what's happening now with Russia and Ukraine, what's happening in Europe, there's another bit of uncertainty that's crept in with folks in the Indo-Pacific about how they see that effort unfolding. But those regional partnerships are incredibly important, making sure, too, that we understand our obligations and stand strongly by our obligations to other ASEAN nations as it relates to strategic and economic agreements. And then also to look at new frameworks. I talked about the Quad, but AUKUS is a new framework that's incredibly important with a lot of promise. We've met with the Australians. The initial conversations have been about the construction of nuclear submarines, but I think some of the equally important discussions are about artificial intelligence, strategic capability opportunities that can be grown by all three countries. I think those things are incredibly important. So I am thankful to be here today to share some thoughts and ideas with you. I'm looking forward to being part of a congressional delegation that will travel to Guam, the Philippines, Vietnam, and Australia in August to have some very in-depth conversations with leaders in those countries, with the territory of Guam, as you know, that's repositioning itself to be a conduit for United States military presence in the region. And we look forward to those conversations. I think they will be very timely and very meaningful as Congress pursues policies going into the future. So, Greg, with that, I am going to join you and gladly take some questions.
Well, thank you so much for giving us a strong kickstart to the day. I'm going to use the prerogative of the moderator here to ask a few questions and give you all time to gather your thoughts, but then we're going to be able to take questions from both the in-person and online audience. So those here in the room, raise your hand, just like we did in school, and those online, you should see a box that you can enter in questions in, and it'll pop up on a screen that I can see. So with that, China claims the whole South China Sea.
Yes.
That's illegal. Why do we care?
Well, first of all, we know China's claim has not been upheld by the World Court. The World Court clearly says it doesn't belong to China. Why it's important for the United States to be involved is this. First of all, there's a clear need to assert sovereignty from international waters. And those areas, by any measure, are there not for China, but for international purposes. And the efforts that China has undertaken to essentially turn reefs into islands, too, is highly objectionable because that doesn't belong to China. And I look at this from another standpoint, is from an environmental standpoint. Now you take a reef and then you turn it into an island, not a good thing. And then beginning in 2018, those islands were now militarized. So they have anti-aircraft batteries on them, landing strips. So they are obviously going from the accretion of land to now a strategic opportunity for China to assert itself in the South China Sea. The United States is the only nation that's pushed back. They're the only nation that does freedom of navigation operations in the region. I think that that's incredibly important, and I want to make sure that we continue that role. China cannot be allowed to operate asserting its own sovereignty in areas where it doesn't exist. And if the United States and others don't push back, then by default, China will then be able to say, well, listen, nobody's objecting, so therefore, by default, the South China Sea is Chinese sovereign territory. I think it matters. It matters to the United States from a strategic standpoint. It is also incredibly important from a economic standpoint to have the opportunity for freedom of navigation through those areas, for commerce. Those things are incredibly important. If you don't assert that, then all of a sudden China has the ability to interdict commercial vessel traffic through the area. That's not what needs to be happening. So I think the United States' role there is critical, and we are really the only nation at this point that has taken a very aggressive role in taking issue with China's assertion of sovereignty in that area.
Thank you. And one of the nice things about having a monitor here is that the team can tell me when I'm wrong. So we're not doing questions from the floor. If you have questions in the room, write them on the note cards, and they'll get run up here so I can alternate between online and in person. Now, with that, we have an Indo-Pacific strategy. In fact, we've had a few of them over the last few administrations. And yet China continues to militarize the South China Sea. So what's gone wrong? What's gone right? What more do we need to do?
Sure. Well, we see China's aggressive behavior, and what they do is they never ask for permission. They just continue to move forward and asserting what they believe is their right to militarize and to assume greater and greater asserted sovereignty in the South China Sea. For us, it's incredibly important from a strategic standpoint for the region to be able to counter that. China, I believe, has intentions not just in the South China Sea but around the world, and its conduit is to show its prowess and ability to influence in the South China Sea. And remember, this is all about a vision by the world that China is able to counter the United States. So if it's successful in pushing the United States out of the South China Sea, then their assertion will be, see, if we can do it there, then we can do it elsewhere around the world. So for the United States, it's I think, a strategic imperative that we assert our dominance on the high seas there in the South China Sea. And listen, there's going to be a lot of back and forth as China grows its Navy. They're going to look to also have capabilities there that will put the United States at risk. Our counter needs to be growing capability to also place Chinese assets at risk. I think that becomes kind of the chess game that we see in the future there, but that's going to be important for us, and especially as we look to modernize our naval forces. The question is what do we do in ways to not only create capability and capacity, but how does that capability and capacity hold the Chinese at risk? And I think that's in all the different areas. But sea power is going to be the basis for that. Having sea power in conjunction with allies in the region is going to be incredibly important. As we look, too, at building our Navy, and we look at some of our platforms here, we need to be aggressively pursuing strategic partnerships with other nations, and it has to be more than just what's written on a piece of paper. It has to be, how do we demonstrate that by helping those countries like Australia build a very, very capable asset like a nuclear submarine? How do we go to other nations and look at providing those nations a ship that maybe has some service life left in it, like some of the LCSs that'll be retired? How do we look at providing that to those nations and then have an agreement where we jointly train with their navies, we jointly exercise with their navies, and create more of a regional fabric of how we're able to deter the Chinese?
So we have a bit of a trend going with our congressional speakers at the last two CSIS South China Sea conferences, which is Virginians on the Sea Power Subcommittee with Representative Loria.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you the same question I last asked her, and I imagine the answers are a little similar. Are we building enough ships? So where does the U.S. shipbuilding program stand in comparison to the threat that we face?
My answer would clearly be no, we're not building enough ships. And we are retiring ships faster than we're building them. As you know, the proposal that came over from the administration is counter to what their assertion is about what the U.S. role should be in the South China Sea, in the Indo-Pacific. The request that came over was to build 8 ships. They say 9, but it's only 8 ships because one of the ones they have in their count was one that we counted last year. So 8 ships and retire 24. Listen, I'm not a mathematician, but you can't do addition by subtraction. And if you follow that path, the United States Navy would be on track to be at 270 ships by 2027. By 2030, the Chinese will be at 460 ships. And I have my friends on the other side of the aisle, they'd say, well, Rob, you can't use just those top-line numbers. You have to look at the capability of those ships. And I would agree with them. You have to look at the capability of these ships. So let's compare apples to apples. So if you look at the capability of Chinese ships across their entire Navy, and you look at the capability of ships in the United States, you see that the United States has about 167 ships that you could consider that are right at the cutting edge of technology, that have tremendous offensive and defensive capabilities. Now, do the same analysis, the same data points, the same requirements for the Chinese Navy, and the Chinese Navy is at 285 ships of equal or greater capacity. So no matter how you do the analysis, if you do the 460 versus the 270, or the comparability of the capability of ships, the 167 to the 285, by any measure, China has much more capability than we have. We must modernize our Navy. We need to do it with a sense of urgency. On the House side this year, through the House Armed Services Committee, we did change the calculus. We are on the plus side, not by much, but we're going to be building 13 ships and retiring 12. I have an amendment that made its way into the NDAA that says of the LCS ships that we're going to retire, we should be looking at transferring them to strategic partners, specifically in the Indo-PACOM, to make sure that we have those enhanced relationships. I think that goes a long way to building strategic partnerships. So that's where I believe we need to go. Now, the Senate is going to be taking up their version of NDAA in September. In conversations there, I believe that they see the things that we've done and hopefully will follow suit in the efforts to build capability in the Navy and to make sure that we are modernizing. And we have to do that at a very vigorous pace. At the same time, we have to aggressively pursue strategic relationships with our friends in the Indo-Pacific.
Well, why don't we go to the audience?
Sure,
We've got
sure.
some time.
Absolutely.
And again, those who are online, you can go ahead and type them in at the top of the screen there on csis.org, and we'll get them here. So first, my colleague Christian Hyde here at CSIS says, what steps can Congress take to demonstrate meaningful commitment to the AUKUS partnership? What is needed to further advance this partnership into the future?
Well, Christian, I appreciate the question. We have had some very, very specific conversations with folks in the Navy. Chairman Courtney and myself have had conversations with Admiral Caldwell. As you know, Naval Reactors has a big role there because they will be part of the effort for the Australians to build a nuclear submarine. Where it has to start is this. Australian sailors have to come to the United States and train in our nuke school, and they have to deploy on U.S. submarines. Can't do it in any other way. You can't bring them over and say, well, we're going to give you a little dog and pony show. We give you a short course in nuclear science and nuclear engineering. They have to go through nuke school. They have to deploy on our nuclear submarines to understand what those deployments are about. Those efforts are underway. Also, Australian shipbuilders can't just come here for a dog and pony show. They have to come here and work in the yards, both at Newport News and at Electric Boat in Groton. They have to be there on the yards. They actually be hands-on building those nuclear submarines. Their engineers and naval architects have to come here shoulder to shoulder with our engineers and naval architects in the design of Virginia-class. They have to also understand what's going into SSN-X as we look to design future classes submarines. Not any of the classified information I want to be clear about, but what the principles of engineering and physics and naval architecture are and how we go about that process. Those things I think are incredibly important, and those things have to take place now because the path for Australia to build a nuclear submarine is like this. It is straight up. And listen, the Australians, to their credit, have an incredible amount of desire. And in a nation with a population roughly the size of Florida, their big challenge is going to be workforce. How do they get the workforce there? How do they get the sailors that have that capability? And their desire is here, but right now their capability is here. So what our job is to work with them to make sure the capability matches the desire. And listen, I believe that they can do that. I believe it's going to be very difficult, though, for them to have a nuclear submarine built jointly with the Australians and the United States in time to be operational by the time that their conventional submarines that they have in place now are retired. I think there's going to be a little bit of a gap there. Australia's made some comments about saying, we're not worried about that, we'll just buy a couple of Virginia-class submarines. Well, it doesn't work that way. So we are going to make sure that we get them there as quickly as they can, let them understand the magnitude of what they face. That's why our trip to Australia is going to be incredibly important in demonstrating to Australia the United States' commitment, Great Britain's commitment. You know, we have worked with Great Britain through years in doing joint submarine design, and we know how to do that jointly. We know in designing missile tubes for Columbia class and for what the Brits are doing on the Dreadnought class. We know how to do that with the Brits. The question is can we get to the same place as quickly with the Australians? And I believe that we can.
And something tells me AUKUS is going to come up in just about every panel today, but as a reminder, the fourth panel of the day is specifically about the role of the Quad, AUKUS, and Europe in the South China Sea. Our next question is from Barry, who I take is a student at Georgetown University. He says, which South China Sea claimants are the top priority partners in mitigating China's malign actions?
Gosh, I would say, you know, our partners that are immediately there in the region, Japan obviously is critically important. Vietnam, the Philippines, that's why we're going to the Philippines and Vietnam. They are incredibly important in the region. I know as we've had conversations with the Chinese and where there are islands where there's joint assertion about ownership in areas there like the Senkaku Islands, and I know that the terms are different in each of the countries, so I don't want to get in the middle of how to identify those islands. But those are the things I think that we need to be mindful of, and that we need to be working with those other nations to, first of all, understand what can we do to counter the claims by China. What can we do not only to counter the claims, but also what do we do to counter their malign actions and, in the long run, deter their malign actions. I think that's the most important thing, because China now is going to assert as much as they feel that they can get away with without exacting a cost on China. So if there's no cost with that, they're going to continue to do that. So what we have to be able to do is to say, hey, listen, there is a consequence to this if you continue these malign actions. And we have to do that in partnership with the countries the South China Sea claimants, the countries that have the most at stake. And we've seen the World Court rule on Philippines assertions in the Scarborough Reef, to rule on Vietnamese assertions there in the Paracels, to rule on Taiwanese assertions there in the region. Those are the areas that we need to look to work most jointly with in the months and years to come.
Charlie, a U.S. Navy vet, asks, with the Navy struggling for retention and overall recruitment at a low, as well as our fleet often being overworked and ships being pushed past maintenance periods, and new ships, such as the Ford-class carriers, constantly being delayed, what is the plan to maintain a healthy operational tempo in the Pacific for our ships, as well as our sailors, to continue to maintain our posture in the South China Sea?
Well, Charlie, that's a great point, and I'm glad you brought that up, because we can talk a lot about ships and ship building, but the things that don't make the headlines are ship maintenance, because you can build the best ship in the world, but if you can't maintain it and keep it on an operational tempo that's reasonable and that assures the ship is fully operational when it goes to sea, I don't care how great a ship you build, if you don't maintain it, it doesn't have the capability that you need. And our ships are great, but you know what's greater? Our sailors. We have the best sailors in the entire world. What makes our United States Navy what it is today? What makes our Navy Marine Corps team what it is today are our sailors and our Marines. They do an incredible job, and we ask a lot of them. And we put them on deployments many times that extend well past what the expected termination of the deployment is. It's tough on their families. It's tough on sailors. That does lend itself to challenges on retention, especially when a sailor goes back home and their family says, wow, we thought that was going to be an 8-month deployment. It's a 10-month deployment. You know, we were waiting 2 months back home for you. And a lot of times they're moving around, quite a bit of uncertainty in their lives. We have to create more certainty. The way we do that is to make sure ships meet their maintenance availabilities. That is, get into dry dock on time, get out on time, which means we have to properly fund maintenance, which means we have to modernize our shipyards. Our shipyards are way behind in modernization, both public and private. We have to make sure, too, that we do what we say we're going to do in supporting sailors and Marines and their families. That's the key. The old saying goes is you recruit sailors and Marines, but you retain families. If we aren't doing the things necessary to support our Marines and sailors, then we're not going to retain them, because the family's going to say, you know what, as much as we want to provide for the defense of this nation, you know, we got things at home to be able to look out after. So recruitment and retention goes hand in hand with what we're doing to take care of sailors. Listen, there are going to be some challenging conditions when they are on deployment, but when they're back stateside, we better be taking good care of them. There have been some recent incidents there in Norfolk where sailors have been forced back on a carrier that's undergoing a RCOH and very tremendously challenging environments with noise and lack of sleep, and that's resulted in some pretty tragic events there for those sailors. Leadership in the Navy better get it on track. And listen, they need to say, listen, we understand that recruiting and retaining sailors is about taking care of them. We can't put them back on board in these sorts of conditions. We have opportunities there, dockside, to put them in facilities where they can get the rest necessary under the right conditions, and then go back on board the ship as it's there for maintenance availability. So the Navy has to look at this in a broader perspective also.
Next up, we have a question from here in the room. How do you view Japanese Prime Minister Kishida's recent commitment to significantly increase defense spending? How will that impact broader regional security dynamics in the South China Sea?
Well, I think Prime Minister Kishida sees the growing threat from China, understands, too, that all partners in the region have to increase their commitment to defense spending. Hopefully, the United States has set the example. Last year, a pretty significant increase over and above the president's budget. This year, what's come out of the House and the Senate, between $37 and $45 billion additional dollars. Those things, I think, send a signal, hopefully, to our allies to say we all have to increase that commitment. To Japan's credit and Prime Minister Kishida's credit, they have seen that this has to be a joint exercise, that Japan can't do it by itself. Our partners in the region, South Korea can't do it by itself, the Philippines and others. We all have to up our commitment, and we all have to look at how can we leverage our resources to a much greater degree than any one of us can do individually. I argue that this is not just about a strategic competition, but it's also about how does the United States and its partners get more per our unit of currency? How does the United States get more per its dollar than the Chinese get per their yuan, or for that matter, for the Russians get per their ruble? That is also incredibly important. You know, how do we do that? Because there's a limited amount of resources. And whether it's the United States or China or our allies, there's a limited amount of resources there. So how do we make the most of our resources? And how do we get the most impact from our resources in defending the United States and deterring China?
We probably have time for one more question. We have another here from the floor. What do you think the surface Navy could do better in developing new types of ships, I presume?
Listen, we've emphasized with the Navy to be on track now with SSNX, the next generation of attack submarine, to be on track with DDGX, the next generation of surface ship. You can't wait to get on the design track for those ships. I argue you have to do that now. How do we get the most out of our money? If you look at where we've had hiccups with new ships, because remember, we don't get to build a prototype in building a ship. You build the first ship, you learn on that first ship, it has some hiccups with it, you learn through that, and then the second ship gets better, the third ship gets better, and the costs are reduced as we go through that. I argue this, that the way we do a better job with the first ship in the class is to be more mature in the design before we go to construction. Because if you are only 40 or 50% complete in design when you go to construction, you're still figuring out how you're going to build the ship as you're building it. So it's kind of building it on the run. If you get to 85 or 90% complete in designing that ship, you have factored out a lot of uncertainty that occurs in shipbuilding, because that first ship is indeed the prototype. So what we need to do is to start now. In this year's budget, there are some additional dollars that go into the development and design of the next class of attack submarine, the next class of surface ships. And to get that design done, I believe it needs to be at least at 85% before we begin construction. If we do that, we will reduce uncertainty, and we will be able to reduce the overall cost of building that ship in that class. And also, remember, the cost is not just the initial construction, but the cost is on the maintenance side. So we have to work on the maintenance side to make sure we are modernizing our maintenance facilities, to make sure we have the workforce necessary to do the maintenance and get those ships in and out of maintenance availabilities on time.
Well, we have more questions, but we're out of time, which is always a good sign. So could everybody please join me in thanking Representative Whitman for his time? Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll be back for our first panel, chaired by my colleague, Jude Blanchett, our China chair. Thank you all very much.
Greg, thanks.
Thank you again.
Thank
really
you so
appreciate
much.
it.
Thank you. Great opportunity.
Say again? You want, yeah, can I do it when we're finished the panel? Just, so we have handheld mics. Each person has one. They're locked on, so don't worry, you don't have to do it. They're controlled. Yeah. They're not locked on. Could I ask everyone to take a seat, please? Could I ask everyone to please take your seat? We'll get the next panel started. Thank you.
I have a hard stop at 10:45.
43. Great. Well, thanks, everyone. And I'm really honored to be kicking off the first formal panel of the day's events. We had, I think, a helpful introductory discussion to kick off, but now we're going to dig a bit more into the weeds and into the substance. And hopefully we're going to start with the state of play. And we have three fantastic experts, guests, practitioners who can help us wade into these issues with greater detail. My name is Jude Blanchett. Greg gave me a unfair promotion when he said I was the China chair at CSIS. Just to be clear, I'm the Freeman Chair in China Studies, one of the many great China programs we have here at CSIS. I have to say this in case my colleagues are listening and fuming upstairs. So we only have about 45 minutes, so we're going to get right into it. And as Greg did by kicking or punting on his introductory remarks by saying, "You all know why you're here," let me do the same and say, "You all know why you're here." So there's no need for me to do any framing here. We're going to go in speaker order from left to right. The full bios are, of course, on the website, but just for those of you here in the room and tuning in who haven't gone to the CSIS website, I'm really delighted to have Jung Pak, who is the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Multilateral Affairs and for Global China Issues at the U.S. State Department. I think many will know Jung from her fantastic work prior to joining this administration when she was at the Brookings Institution, our neighbor and oftentimes rival just up the road, where she was doing really fantastic work on the Korean Peninsula. To her left is Johannes Suleiman, who is an associate professor in international relations at the Universitas Jenderal Ahmad Yani in Indonesia. Just flew in last night, so we're going to be monitoring his vitals very closely. And Jung has offered to prop him up if he starts to fall asleep in the middle of the panel. And then to his left is Xuxian Luo, a postdoctoral research fellow in the foreign policy programs, also at Brookings Institution. And she's a lecturer at Johns Hopkins University's School of Advanced International Studies, CSIS, just up the road. Each three speaker is going to give some brief introductory remarks, and then we're going to open it up for discussion and Q&A. So as you're listening to remarks, I'd ask you to begin thinking about how you want to make use of the half hour or so we'll have in Q&A. This is a really rare moment to ask three fantastic experts your most burning question about this incredibly important region and this increasingly tense time. So please do begin thinking about questions you want to ask. So with that, Jung, I may turn it over to you for your intro remarks. Thank you.
Thanks, Jude, and great to see old friends and new friends. Thank you for inviting me to speak today. So good morning to everybody, or good afternoon and good evening to those tuning in to talk about the current state of play in the South China Sea. I have some brief opening remarks, and I look forward to my colleagues' discussion and a robust Q&A period after. Just 2 years ago, in July of 2020, the State Department used this very conference to announce an updated policy regarding Beijing's unlawful maritime claims in the South China Sea, publicly clarifying for the first time that the PRC has no lawful maritime claim over maritime areas that the 2016 Arbitral Tribunal determined is in the Philippines' exclusive economic zone or on its continental shelf. In keeping with our longstanding position, the United States has continued to reject the PRC's sweeping and unlawful maritime claims in the South China Sea and has urged Beijing and all South China Sea claimants to comport their maritime claims with international law as reflected in the 1982 Law of the Sea Convention. There is a clear and upward trend of PRC provocations against South China Sea claimants and other states lawfully operating in the region. For example, PRC aircraft have increasingly engaged in unsafe intercepts of Australian aircraft in international airspace above the South China Sea. In 3 separate incidents over the last few months, PRC vessels have also challenged marine research and energy exploration activities within the Philippines' exclusive economic zone in the South China Sea. Just last month, the PRC hindered Philippine vessels in their supply mission to the Second Thomas Shoal, which is an underwater feature ruled in a 2016 arbitral award to be in the Philippines continental shelf. These provocative activities follow recent efforts by Beijing to use domestic laws to potentially enforce its unlawful maritime claims, including enacting a Coast Guard law, which authorizes the use of force in certain circumstances against foreign vessels, and implementing a revised maritime traffic safety law, which mandates certain ship reporting requirements that unlawfully restrict navigation rights and freedoms under international law. The PRC's expansive and unlawful maritime claims in the South China Sea, along with its provocative actions to implement such claims, contribute to regional instability, damage the economies of other claimant states, undermine the existing maritime order, and threaten the rights and interests of all nations that rely on or operate in this vital waterway. Countering PRC tactics in the South China Sea is not just a military issue. We are leading a government-wide integrated deterrence strategy that prioritizes diplomacy, development, economic engagement, and compliance with international law. U.S. policies, including capacity building, rallying multilateral condemnations of unlawful PRC maritime claims, enhancing ASEAN maritime domain awareness, voicing strong support for ASEAN's outlook on the Indo-Pacific, conducting intensive legal diplomacy, sanctioning PRC entities that jeopardize peace and security, and conducting regular multilateral military exercises have bolstered regional confidence in U.S. resolve and empowered South China Sea claimants to speak up publicly. Moving forward, we see two primary approaches for dealing with Beijing's provocative behavior in the South China Sea. One is shining a light on the PRC's activities, and two, supporting claimant state capacity building. On the first item, we want to make maritime domain awareness a public good in Southeast Asia. Part of this strategy is the new Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness, which we, along with our Quad partners, announced in May at the Quad Leaders Summit in Tokyo. And this initiative will allow partners in Southeast Asia to gain greater control over their maritime domain and help preserve a free and open Indo-Pacific. Second, we want to support Southeast Asian claimants with our words and with our actions. In particular, the United States is committed to supporting implementation of ASEAN Outlook on the Indo-Pacific's maritime pillar, which includes deploying personnel and presence to the region, countering illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, prioritizing the transfer of ships to Southeast Asian countries to increase coastal nations' maritime law enforcement capacity, and expanding training for regional partners' maritime law enforcement agencies in the areas of institutional development, readiness, sustainable equipment, and workforce professionalization. Thank you for your attention. Let me turn it back to you, Jude.
Great. Thanks, Dr. Johannes, I can give you the floor next.
Okay, do you want a short or a long presentation?
We'd like the 3-hour version.
Okay, I mean, because if you want a really short version of my presentation, like in one word, I mean, what's the state of Southeast Asia? I mean, I will say good. And then if you want a little bit longer, not good. So I mean, but anyway, I'm going here to bring you the view from South Asia, especially from Indonesia, which is where I'm from. I mean, if you're asking me like what the Vietnamese think, I mean, I'm sorry, I cannot really answer it. but back to the point. I mean, this morning, President Jokowi was in Beijing, and he signed a memorandum of understanding with China, with President Xi Jinping, that basically affirming Indonesia's commitment to kind of linking Indonesian so-called global maritime fulcrum with China's Belt and Road program. And there's also some kind of interesting things like saying that we want to build up our cyber capability working together with China. And actually my reaction was like, aren't you giving the fox a key to your hen house? I mean, but one thing missing from the entire agreement or the entire meeting was the issue of South China Sea. Because that's, and I think that's striking because for the past couple of months, I think Greg can correct me on this, maybe it's already like 10 years already, there was like a dispute between Indonesia and China in South China Sea where Indonesia said that, you know, I mean, part of the South China Sea is our economic exclusive zone, while for China, no, it is ours, the 9-line thing, I mean whatever that means. And so that's kind of striking because you have a high-level talk between the presidents, but nobody's talking about South China Sea, which is like the elephant in the room. And part of the problem, and part of the main reason is the fact that Indonesia simply does not want to talk about it. When I first invited to this conference, Greg asked me to talk about the tuna, about problem with China in tuna block. Indonesia was doing a drilling in tuna block for oil and gas, and then it was disturbed by Chinese Coast Guard as usual. But what's striking at that time was that the Chinese Coast Guard said, "Get out from our territory." And it was the military reacting really, really badly about that because they said that since when this becomes your territory? But the top brass and the government just say nothing. Simply because first, they know, it is kind of a major pain, trying to fight China. And second is the fact that China is remain an important player economically in the region. But also left unsaid is the fact that Indonesia simply doesn't know whether it can rely on the United States. And it's actually kind of interesting conundrum. On one hand, Southeast Asian countries traditionally relied on the United States for its security guarantee. As my old professor Don Emerson once wrote in his excellent article about Shangri-La Dialogue, there's kind of some sort of implicit agreement, like, we working together with China for economic gains, but we maintain relations with the United States for the security. But at the same time, Indonesia also worry about the United States because the feeling is that if we get close to the United States, then basically the United States will also dominate the region. And that's also bad news for us. Because part of it is because of the long history of United States intervention in Indonesia. Back in the 1950s, United States assisted the rebellion in Indonesia to get rid of Sukarno. And then, of course, let bygones be bygones. It's like ancient history, right? But in 1998 and 1999, in the aftermath of a problem in East Timor, just a couple 100,000 people died, I guess. So, the United States imposed a military embargo. Yes, it is kind of also ancient history, and President George W. Bush actually lifted the embargo after Indonesia helped it in the war on terror. But in my experience, when I'm teaching my soldiers from the military when they are writing their master thesis, one of the common subject, one of the common topic of the thesis is United States embargo in Indonesia. So basically, the feeling in Jakarta is that, yeah, we rely on the United States for security, but the problem is we cannot really rely on the United States because sooner or later, the United States will come and say, oh, we got human rights problem, and then bam, you got another embargo. And that's the distrust remains. And I kind of want to also going a little bit maybe off topic. During the last year of Trump administration in 2020, there was somebody from the Defense Department assembling Indonesian experts in a Zoom meeting. And basically, he said that, why on earth you don't join us? What should we do to make you see our way of thinking, okay? Because you got China up north, and we are going to help you. And my reply to him is just simple. Okay, then give us money, lots and lots and lots and lots of money. Well, I mean, that's what China's doing. Indonesia said that, oh, we need money for our high-speed train, and China said, hey, here it is, take it. No string attached. We know that you may siphon some of it. There's less corruption, but hey, you get it. But for United States, okay, what's your environmental impact? Okay, how do we get this correctly? And then, of course, Trump cannot ask business to just go to Indonesia and invest, but compared to China. China, you have to invest, otherwise, your company will get closed tomorrow. But in United States case, you cannot force a business to invest in something stupid. Well, which is good actually if you look at what happened in Sri Lanka. But that's the same. That's the logic. From China, we want the investment because we need investment. And United States is asking too much questions. And also, we don't know whether, in the long run, United States is going to put an embargo on us. When Russia invaded Ukraine in February, I got lots and lots of questions from my colleagues asking why didn't Indonesia condemn Russia? And my answer is simple. If we condemn Russia, and they no longer wanted to sell anything to us, military equipments, where we could get them? Considering the fact that the United States is selling very expensive equipment, is selling very expensive armaments that we cannot really pay. Well, Russia, we can pay them, we can barter them with palm oil actually. And second is that Russia will just sell us, no string attached. Nothing about human rights, nothing about whatever else out there. But in the United States, you got the Congress saying that, remember the human rights problem, okay? So, no, we are not going to sell it. And that's a problem. So that's kind of what makes Indonesia is kind of less, it's kind of hesitating going to the United States. And of course, we also a small country. Well, we are big actually, but compared to China and United States, we are a small country in the middle of strategically important area where if there are a fight between the United States and China, we basically got trampled. So that's kind of what influencing our thinking. And the argument and the belief is that by focusing on ASEAN, we amplify our voices and then hopefully we can influence the decision making in Washington and in China. And of course, you know where it goes anyway. It is kind of not good. That's my answer earlier. That's my reply earlier. It's not good. So if you're asking what United States should do in Southeast Asia? First, I think before I go there, I remember also the conversation with my contact in the military when I'm asking them hey, are you excited that Biden is replacing Trump? They say not really. Why? Well, Republicans, they don't care about human rights. Trump just sells anything that we want. But Democrats, they will start needling us about human rights, needling us about our. So that's the things that turn people off in Southeast Asia. We are not perfect, okay? We have got lots of problems in human rights, but I think that's, now going back to my recommendation, first, I think the United States need to assure Indonesia that, look, we are not going to, we are doing this business, we are doing this, the correct way. We are not going, we just have your best interest. We have the same, the common interest in trying to prevent China from dominating the region, which is also what we don't want, what Indonesians don't want. And second, I think the United States really need to pay more attention to Indonesia, to Southeast Asia countries as a whole, because, since there was no U.S. president ever visited Indonesia since Obama last time. And by United States president not visiting Indonesia, it's kind of showing us how much attention you are paying to our country. And I think I should persuade, I think you should persuade Joe Biden. If you want to get reelected, he has to visit Indonesia. Why? Because if you look at the history, none of the United States, since Richard Nixon's, all the U.S. presidents that that never got reelected have one thing in common. They didn't visit Indonesia. Reagan revisited us, he got reelected. George Herbert Walker Bush didn't visit us, he lost. Clinton visited us, he got reelected. George W. Bush, same thing. And Obama, same thing. And Trump, he didn't come. He only came to Singapore, not to Jakarta, and bam, he lost. So, yeah, maybe you should tell Biden to visit us as soon as possible. Otherwise, in 2024, you will get another Trump, okay? Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you. I think you just put thousands of political consultants in DC out of job because you've cracked the puzzle. Great. Well, thank you for that. Really, really great, interesting remarks, and I think will help spark a discussion afterwards. Shushen, over to you.
Sure. Can everyone hear me? Great. So thank you for having me. In the past, every year I'm one of the members sitting in the audience, listening to people on the stage. But it's feels like magic, and I'm very excited to be one of those on the stage. So thank you for having me. Since Greg wanted me to talk about China's recent actions in the South China Sea, I'll just briefly summarize them in what I would characterize as 4 characteristics. The first feature I've observed overall, since the pandemic, I think China has demonstrated a heightened sensitivity to sovereignty issues across board, not just in South China Sea, but also, in Taiwan, Hong Kong, and Xinjiang, etc. And in South China Sea, more specifically, I think the first trend is that China seems to have become less reluctant in initiating confrontations with other claimants. So this is clearly a departure from its traditional pattern of reactive assertiveness. So in the year leading up to the Philippines presidential election, we have seen a series of standoffs and confrontations between China and Philippines, as well as between China and other claimants. So in March last year, hundreds of Chinese fishing vessels swarmed the Whitman Reef in the Spratlys. I think the CSIS put out a great report on that more specifically. And in November, the Chinese Coast Guard vessels used water cannons on Philippine resupply ships to the Second Thomas Shoal, and earlier in this year, I think in April, the Chinese Coast Guard vessels again shadowed the Philippine resupply ships to the Second Thomas Shoal. And also the Chinese Coast Guard and survey ships initiated, protracted face-off with Malaysia and Indonesia in the contested areas last year, and both last year and earlier this year, as John has already mentioned. And second feature is that it seems that the PLA, the Chinese military, which traditionally has served more as a backstop for the Coast Guard and the militia, plays an increasingly active frontline role in South China Sea disputes. In April last year, 2 fast attack boats from the PLA Navy chased a Filipino civilian ship carrying a group of journalists near the Palawan area. And this incident seems to be the first case where China used its China's naval assets were deployed to directly confront the civilian ships from another claimant country. And in June of last year, as John has also mentioned, we observed more than a dozen of Chinese military aircraft flew over the disputed area near Borneo, so prompting Malaysia to scramble its fighter jets to respond. And I think a parallel feature, the third feature, is in spite of the increased Chinese tendency to initiate standoffs and confrontations, I think China seems to have in general refrained from escalating in recent incidents. So the standoff in the Whitman Reef lasted for 1 month and ended uneventfully with the Chinese vessels leaving this area. And this, if you think about the past high-profile cases like the 2012 Scarborough Shoal standoff, how that standoff was ended. So the Whitman Reef face-off was ended without an escalation in the way that the Scarborough Shoal case was. And in the Second Thomas Shoal episodes, it seems also China has temporarily modulated its posture and allowed Philippine replenishment. Although the whole resupply process was carried out under close Chinese monitor. And also a similar pattern can be observed in the way that China handled the face-off with Malaysia and Indonesia. So after Malaysia lodged a strong diplomatic protest regarding the Chinese flyover, China seems to have somewhat temporarily modulated its behavior, and there was an absence of major Chinese intrusion, according to the Malaysian Prime Minister, as of late May this year. Although it was not a complete suspension of its activities, as John mentioned. And also, the standoffs involving the Chinese survey ships last year also ended with the ships leaving the areas without provoking further conflict with Malaysia or Indonesia. The fourth trend, which I think is probably the most dangerous and crisis-prone, is that when interacting with extra-regional countries' military forces, including the U.S. forces, the Australian forces, China's recent behavior demonstrates a heightened level of risk acceptance. So most notably are dangerous interceptions that Chinese fighter planes carried out vis-a-vis Australian and American military aircraft in the airspace in the South China Sea in May and June, respectively. In such encounters in the air, I would argue that are even more dangerous than those dangerous maneuvers at sea, because the aircraft operating at much faster speed than vessels. But I think it's unclear what the driving rationale was for the series of Chinese dangerous maneuvers targeting the Allied force. But I think this trend is more dangerous as compared to increased Chinese activities harassing the vessels. So I'll stop there.
Great. Well, thanks to all three of you. For folks in the audience, a slight change from the previous session, where you had to put your question on a note card. Here, you can just line up behind one of the microphones when you have a question to ask. Dr. Pak, I want to put the first question to you, which is, I think building off of the remarks by Johannes, it struck me as this being only the second meeting Xi Jinping has had with a foreign leader since in the past 2 years, the first being with Putin last year. This year in the Olympics. And this seems to follow on this renewed push to the global south that you're seeing from Beijing as it's pivoting from, I think, some deep uncertainty right after Putin invaded Ukraine. And many analysts are saying it's Beijing kind of regaining its balance. I want to ask how this potentially challenges some of the U.S. Efforts in the South China Sea and trying to build relations with other claimant states. The fact that on the agenda for President Jokowi's meeting with Xi Jinping is not the South China Sea seems to indicate that as Beijing pushes into the global south, it might be able to redraw some of the agenda items with countries in the region, which may remove the South China Sea from the agenda. So, how is the administration thinking about this push by China into the global south, and any thoughts on counter moves or response the United States might have?
Thanks, Jude. Great question, but before I get to that, I'm going to try to address Dr. Suleiman's comments. I just want to, highlight that in May, we had President Biden hosted ASEAN leaders in Washington for the first time. And this was to celebrate the 45 years of the U.S.-ASEAN partnership. And it was also to show the expansion and the deepening of our relationship across the board, which includes not just the leader-to-leader level, but across congressional, parliamentary levels, through transportation initiatives, women and gender equity initiatives, climate and energy, as well as health security. And so the point of having this meeting in Washington was to show the depth and the breadth of our relationships that look forward to the next 45 years in this really critically important relationship. I'll also add that we've had several. I don't know about who will get elected president, but we've had several a steady drumbeat of high-level engagements with Southeast Asian countries. We've had multiple visits by the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of State, my assistant secretary in the East Asia Pacific Bureau, the deputy secretary, the vice president, the counselor of the State Department. It's been a steady drumbeat as my team members. We've been working very much hard in the past year and a half to work those visits. So I think we're very proud of all of the high-level engagements that we've had over the past year and a half. And of course, President Biden participated in the October 2021 summits, which is the first time that the U.S. president has participated since 2017. And we continue to work on those relationships. And I also want to address what Dr. Liu has cogently laid out, which is the increasingly risky behavior that Beijing has been taking. And we've at the State Department and along with our interagency colleagues, we've been working on all sorts of efforts across the board to try to shape the environment that Beijing can act in to empower Southeast Asian countries and South China Sea claimant countries to speak out publicly or whether it's privately. But to shed a light, and I think CSIS is at the forefront of shedding this light on what's going on in Beijing's activities, including through things like maritime militia, which is part of the gray zone activities. So at the State Department and my teams are very much working hard along with our interagency colleagues and all of our allies and partners, and I see some of them in the room here, and I'm sure, hopefully they're logging in virtually, to make sure that we shape the strategic space that puts Southeast Asia in the driver's seat in their relationships with Beijing, and to push back against assertive and increasingly risky maneuvers in the region. So, and as an Indo-Pacific nation, the United States, and Australia, for that matter, I think Australia was mentioned as an extra-regional actor. That we have a critical interest in this very vital waterway and this very vital region. In the Indo-Pacific, we have half the world's population, and so we want to make sure that this is a safe and prosperous and open region for the global community. Jude, on your question on the push to Global South, I think I want to say off the top that the United States has an affirmative Indo-Pacific strategy, and we're not going to, our goal is not to chase Beijing around to where they go. Every country will have their own relationships with Beijing. The United States has a very complicated relationship with Beijing, and we're not trying to counter everything that Beijing is doing in South China, in Southeast Asia, or in the global South, as you say. But as I mentioned, we want to make sure that countries, as they have their relationships with Beijing, have the tools and the power and the ability to stand up for their autonomy and their sovereign decision making. And we work with our allies and partners in making sure that we create a space that in the Indo-Pacific that is free and open and prosperous.
Johannes, I wanted to ask you about perceptions of China over the near term. You had eloquently summarized Beijing's value proposition as money, 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 money.
Show me the money.
There is a distinct possibility that the size of Beijing's wallet is going to be shrinking. Not over the long term, but in fact over the short and near term as we see economic headwinds grow. And while the Belt and Road Initiative will stay around forever, I think the expectation is the days of free money for Beijing to throw everywhere internationally are over, and it'll have to be smarter and more tactical about where it uses development finance and assistance. I wanted to ask you if you can just give us a bit of a sense or more robust context on how Indonesia would be thinking about China in a future where money, 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 money isn't as bountiful. Are there fault lines in Indonesia's relationship and China that may emerge when money isn't there to sort of smooth over all these? So absent the checkbook, what do PRC-Indonesia relations look like?
Well, first, I want to address the issue of money. And even before China's current economic problems, actually the number of investment in Indonesia, the actual number of investment, okay, not the promised one. When Jokowi went to Beijing, he kept getting all promises. Yeah, we are going to build this and that. But the actual realization, if I'm not mistaken, the number on top of my head, is actually less than 30%. One of the main reasons is that where the situation on the ground is different from what they expected, and in many cases, China just basically did something that's that most people just think that it is just not workable. One of the biggest example is the current high-speed rail from Jakarta to Bandung, which was already I think 2 years late. Well, you can blame COVID for that, but aside of that, also the problem with the land acquisition, and also there's problem of funding and whatever. So actually, even before the current economic problem, Beijing already has problem in realizing their promise. But still, for the Jokowi administration perspective, China is still the only country in the market. He's the only player in the market. That's a problem, and like it or not, the current president Jokowi, people behind Jokowi, he has responsible to his political party, right, the PDIP, and the PDIP itself, by tradition, is very close to Beijing. Remember, Megawati, the head of PDIP, was the daughter of Sukarno, and Sukarno was close to Beijing, and when Sukarno was overthrown in 1965 to 1967,
Megawati basically blamed United States for the overthrow. That's why there's kind of this psychological thing behind the scene that making it far more easier for the government in Jakarta to go closer to Beijing under the current administration. Of course, in the next administration, it's all still up in the air, because I still don't know who's going to succeed Jokowi anyway. In 2024, there will be a presidential election, and we don't know who's going to win. There's nobody in leading. But again, what if we are talking about China with no money at all? That's the gist of your question. And in reality, the relationship between Indonesia and China is very, very, very problematic. China is always seen as a source of problem in Southeast Asia. If you look at the histories, a lot of insurgency in Southeast Asia were supported by China. Think about the communist rebellion in the Philippines. Think about the Khmer Rouge, and the emergency in Malaya. And of course, in the Indonesian Communist Party was supported by Beijing. And in fact, when ASEAN was first formed in 1967, the commonality of all those 5 countries, original members of ASEAN, is that they were facing China. They were hostile against China. They have Chinese rebellions supported by China in origin. So there was this deep distrust, especially among the armed forces toward China. So without money, the relationship with China, I think, will not be as good as now. And of course, with China keep causing more problems in South China Sea, the relationship will keep buttoning up. But of course, this is my own personal opinion. I was often accused for being too friendly to the United States and too much against China, because I used to study at Ohio State, so they say that that make you biased. You are pro United States because your professor are people from the United States. But I think the problem is that China simply does not want to spend energy to understand what the local think. They thought that just control the elite, just make sure the elites love you, and and they can control the foreign policy. So I think in the long run, there will be a repercussion. But the biggest problem in Southeast Asia is that we have a sizable Chinese minority, including me. And so if relationship with China is bottoming up, I think, I would be very afraid of my own safety. So I'm hoping it won't get that bad, personally.
Susan, I wanted to ask you if you could unpack a bit more the drivers of this recent assertiveness, or as you said, this growing risk tolerance that we're seeing from Beijing and the PLA. There are a number of potential drivers, and I wanted to know if you could, explore this a little bit more. There's Beijing's assessment that its capabilities relative to the United States and other powers in the region is growing. There is an assessment that China's powers may not be growing, but the capabilities of the U.S. are declining. There's assessments of will and credibility. And then there's also domestic politics in China, both the upcoming 20th Party Congress, as well as a growing sense of potential nervousness in Beijing that it needs to act with more urgency to deter what it potentially sees as a growing U.S. power and influence in the region, AUKUS, the Quad, et cetera. So there's a number of potential explanatory factors here, and I wanted to know if you could just help analyze what is really driving this growing risk assessment.
I think I cannot safely rule out any of these possible drivers because, like many of us here, we are nowadays observing China from outside without being able to, traveling to China or reading Xi Jinping's mind. I think I would say there's no single driving factors for what drives China's assertiveness. Of course, demonstration of resolve is one likely factors. With Australia and Canada, Canada in the east, the dangerous maneuver with Canada happens in the East China Sea. I think on the other hand, I think domestic factor is likely. Explanation because when I asked some of my Chinese interlocutors why there's suddenly a surge of all these dangerous encounters, they don't provide me with a clear explanation, but said maybe let's wait till after the Party Congress. So I think there might be something going on without the outside observers know exactly what's going on there. I think for capabilities, I'm not sure whether the perceived growing, narrowing capability gap between China and the United States is likely driving force because I think for some of the Chinese writings I recently read, I think there's a concerning among the Chinese scholars that the narrowed capability gap between China and the United States in past decades or so would be widened again as the United States began to invest more in shoring up its capability. I don't know whether that's more driven by a view of a closing window of opportunity or something like that, but I think it might be a possible explanation as well. Hope that addressed your question.
Great, thank you. Question from the floor.
Good morning, thank you very much. For a question for the panelists regarding a binding code of conduct, how hopeful are you for ASEAN and China to reach such a deal? What are the sticking points? And separately, if I may, for Deputy Secretary of State Pak, as ASEAN Regional Forum is taking place in early August, what is high on the U.S. agenda? And do you have anything on the planned virtual meeting between President Biden and Xi Jinping? Thank you.
First question, anyone want to take a bite at that? Go ahead, Jonas.
Well, I always associated the code of conduct. The code of conduct is always remind me of Charlie Brown and Lucy playing football. Every time some ASEAN want to kick it, China just pull it out, just pull the ball out, and then you got and bam. But that's what. You cannot be you cannot help but be skeptical. The code of conduct has already been in discussion since, if I'm not mistaken, 1990s, and each time we seems to reach an agreement, China just move the goal line. In our last negotiation a couple of years ago, China suddenly said that, if we sign with this code of conduct, you cannot have other countries doing military exercise in Southeast Asia without our permission. Agree? And everybody said, "Are you insane? We are going to get clobbered in polls. In the election." because that's basically we are surrendering our sovereignty. But that's the thing that happened. I mean, on one hand, we ASEAN countries doesn't want any war going on in South China Sea. I mean, we want it to remain stable. We want it to remain peaceful. Although it's kind of nowadays definition of peaceful is kind of weird. But I mean, but on the other hand, I mean, China knows about it, and it's keep giving us that kind of promise, like, look, just play ball with us, and we'll give you code of conduct. So I mean, but the problem is there's no alternative. I mean, a set of a code of conduct put us on the table. I mean, that everybody in ASEAN agree. Remember, we are like 10 countries full of different governments that actually kind of never agree with each other. I mean, so that's kind of complicated things. And the code of conduct is something that can unite ASEAN, but at the same time, it is kind of a mirage. It just doesn't exist. I mean, I just don't think that it can be, done because China keep moving the goalpost, unfortunately.
Great. Dr. Pak, go over to the second question.
The United States, we fully and continue to support efforts to negotiate a meaningful and effective code of conduct for the South China Sea that's fully consistent with the 1982 Law of the Sea Convention and protects the right and interests of third parties. On the second question on the ARF, I think this is the premier regional security forum with lots of stakeholders involved, and I think given some of the issues, the transnational issues that we face and the threats, the security issues that we face, whether it's health, climate change, as well as regional hotspots like the DPRK's unprecedented number of ballistic missile tests, that this is a great opportunity for us to talk about. I'll also note that we have a ministerial next week hosted by ASEAN Chair Cambodia, and we're, of course, very busy in preparations for that, and we'll have that we're working very closely with our interagency colleagues and our allies and partners on that issue. On President Xi, President Biden meeting, I don't have anything to share on that, but I'll note that Secretary Blinken had a meeting with his Foreign Minister Wang Yi in June, which also follows a series of other high-level meetings that we have to try to manage competition in a responsible way.
I promised Deputy Assistant Secretary Pak that I would end at 10:43. I'll extend it to 10:44, but that means if you could ask a brief question, and then we'll just have very, very brief responses here.
Sure. Thank you very much. My name is John Brandon. I'm with the Asia Foundation here in Washington. Professor Suleiman, you talked about the U.S. There's a perception in Indonesia of the U.S. not being counted on or reliable. I was curious. I mean, I think that's part of our electoral politics. Administrations change, priorities change. But I was wondering if there was something that you thought that the United States could provide to Indonesia, one or two things, that would make that would instill a perception that the U.S. Is reliable, that can it be counted on, whether the administration is Democratic or Republican, regardless who sits in the Oval Office. And then just one quick...
Sorry, we're going to wrap up.
Okay.
So Johannes, right. 45 seconds or less.
Thank you.
How do we create a perception?
Okay, here's the problem, okay? Indonesians know what we don't want, what we don't know what we want. If you ask incredible, analysts in Indonesia, that's what they are going to tell you. Because I keep asking the same thing with my contact in the military, like, what should the United States do? Because I keep getting the same question again and again. They say, yeah, just give us lots of weapons. But this is selling you weapon. Yeah, but not as good as what the Russians give us. So I will say again, we just don't know what we really want. That's the problem. So of course, the best thing you can do is perhaps like maybe selling us like advanced weaponry in cheap, maybe that's like what happened in 1980s and 90s when United States just dumped the entire, the F-16 to Indonesia before we got cut off because of the of the Dili massacre. So but again, it's just a long process. You cannot really help it because there is, there in Indonesia there's always this distrust toward great powers. Remember, we are the big fish. We are small. We are big fish in a small pond. Indonesia is the strongest country, and we don't want United States or China to interfere in the region because it will threaten our security in the end. Based on what happened. But on the same, so that's actually I think lies the real problem here. Regardless what you do in Beijing or Washington, there is always like distrust from Indonesia toward United States and China. So what you have to do, you have to keep engaging again and again. Unfortunately, I cannot give you like a silver bullet answer, unfortunately. Sorry about that.
Well, great, a thoroughly confounding answer. We Americans like very simple, clear binaries, Johannes. We don't like, but anyway, thank you very much to our three panelists. Thanks for a great discussion. Thanks to all of you and to everyone joining us online. Let's give her a round of applause, please. Thank you. I should know, I don't know if we're breaking or if I'm looking for someone who can, we're breaking for 10 minutes. So thank you.
Greg Poling with the Southeast Asia program here at CSIS. So our second panel, as is our habit here for over a decade, is focused on legal developments. And we try to put a positive spin on this. Admittedly, I know we all get tired of arguing about the 9-dash line every year for 12 years. So this one's titled Legal Developments and Dispute Management, in a overly optimistic effort to assume that there is a pathway to dispute management. We're going to hear from three fantastic panelists today. I'll introduce them each in turn. And as with the first panel, they'll each give opening remarks of 5 to 10 minutes. And then we'll open it up to questions from both the floor and online yet again. We have about an hour for this panel before we let you all get some lunch, which I know you'll be ready for after hearing about legal disputes for the next 60 minutes. So, first up, we're going to hear from Nathan Nagy. Nathan has been an attorney advisor in the Office of the Legal Advisor at the Department of State since 2011. He currently works in the Office of Oceans, International Environmental and Scientific Affairs, where his practice focuses on the law of the sea. Nathan has also advised on non-proliferation sanctions, weapons of mass destruction, terrorism issues, appropriations law, foreign military assistance, and employment law, which is most of the law that I'm familiar with. So, Nathan, without further ado, why don't you kick us off?
Thank you very much. Just as a scene setter, I'm going to describe the Limits in the Seas study that the Department of State put out in January of this year. It describes the People's Republic of China's maritime claims in the South China Sea. And a little bit of context, there have been prior Limits in the Seas studies on a variety of different countries. They don't all focus on China, but a couple of them do. This is the 150th in the series, and it responds, it's sort of a follow-up on number 143, which was a response to China's claims that came in the aftermath of the publication of the 9-dash line in China's response to Malaysia's submission to the Commission on the Limits of the Continental Shelf. So we're going to put Limits in the Seas 143 aside for right now. Limits in the Seas 150 focuses more on the issues that came up in the aftermath of the South China Sea arbitration and the diplomatic note exchange that's happened in the last 3 years or so. So as I mentioned, it focuses on the PRC's revised articulation of its maritime claims. I'll get into more detail on exactly what those are. But I do want to point out that it's a little bit unusual that it includes a state practice supplement that examines the customary international law arguments that China has presented as well. Normally, states that are examined in the series don't bother articulating a customary international law argument, so we don't need a supplement, but I'll explain that toward the end of the presentation. So what exactly are the PRC's claims here? So they have a number of claims to historic rights in the South China Sea, and those are covered in quite a bit of detail in Limits in the Seas, number 143, so we're not going to cover them here. What we are going to cover is how Limits in the Seas 150 analyzes the PRC's claims to island groups, which is this concept that China has maritime zones, internal waters, territorial seas, contiguous zones, EEZ, continental shelf, based on the 4 shas that comprise 4 island groups in the South China Sea. And here they are labeled as well. So how does the PRC define an island group in order to make this legal claim? Well, they say that island groups include a number of different geographic features. Island groups, each of the 4 of them are regarded as a whole. They're clearly defined geographically. They're under the sovereignty of the PRC. They're the basis of the PRC's maritime claims. And straight baselines are used in order to define maritime zones around each of the 4 island groups. So what do they mean when they say they're clearly defined geographically? Well, in 1983, there was a document published by the Geographic Names Commission in China called Standard Place Names of the South China Sea Islands. And it basically lists all of the maritime features in the South China Sea and assigns each one of them, over 280 in total, to one of these 4 island groups based roughly on geographic proximity. And the important thing to note here, though, is that not all of these are island as they're defined in the international law of the sea, so they're not actually all capable of generating maritime zones on their own. And one more note on what China means when they say they're using straight baselines with respect to each of these 4 island groups. So the archetypical case of a straight baseline here, for example, is Norway. So you can use straight baselines instead of using the low water mark along the coast to generate your maritime zones. You can use straight lines that can cut across areas of open sea if your coastline is deeply indented and cut into, or where there's a fringe of islands and the coast in the immediate vicinity. This is not the case with any of the island groups that the PRC claims. So just putting all of what I've said together so far, basically you have each of these 4 areas of the ocean in the South China Sea is treated as a whole rather than treated as deriving maritime zones individually from each feature. They're treated as a whole. They encompass features that don't actually generate maritime zones. And instead of generating zones from the features individually, they're generated from baselines that are basically drawn in all around. So they basically draw circles around all the stuff that they want and then start measuring from there. So let's take a little bit of a closer look at one of these island groups. This is Zongsha. The important thing to notice here is that this is sort of the most egregious case because there's actually only one maritime feature that actually generates maritime zones in the entirety of this. And notwithstanding this, they basically drawn a huge circle through the middle of the entire South China Sea that in the interior of this, they would actually claim as internal waters. Another sort of interesting thing to point out here is that the water to land ratio here is almost 1,300 to 1. Just as an interesting point of comparison, China is not an archipelagic nation, but archipelagic nations, when they are allowed to draw archipelagic baselines, have to stick to a water to land ratio of 9 to 1. So this is off by orders of magnitude. You can see another example is the Nansha Islands, what we would refer to as the Spratlys. And just as a note, in the study itself, we use the Chinese names because that's how they define these areas. They do roughly correspond to areas that we're familiar with, in this case, the Spratly Islands. Here, again, you have a rather egregious water-to-land ratio of almost 1,000 to 1. And it's important to note as well that this is an area that the tribunal in 2016 specifically stated that China was not entitled legally to draw maritime zones from these features as a group. And I do, this is an update of the map that actually shows the features that can generate maritime zones. And then here, we just wanted to note a few areas in particular that are submerged features that don't generate maritime zones, but are sort of key conceptually in the articulation of this as an island group, because they represent outer borders and areas where there really aren't other features. So just a quick summary. I think these slides basically point out that China is nowhere near being compliant with the Convention on the Law of the Sea. The Convention on the Law of the Sea basically says if you have a specific maritime feature that generates maritime zones, you can have maritime entitlements related to that feature, but there's absolutely nowhere in the convention that suggests you're allowed to draw maritime entitlements from island groups or groups of islands or archipelagic geographic entities in general. So given that this claim doesn't really hold water, the PRC also puts forward a customary international law argument, basically that the regime, there is some sort of regime of outlying archipelagos that isn't regulated by the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. So in order to analyze this, we have to first look at what is customary international law. It is a source of international law. It's distinct from treaty law, so it doesn't have written text accompanying it. It doesn't have an active agreement between two particular or more than one countries. But it does form international law, and there are sort of two requirements that need to be in place before something can be a rule of customary international law. The first is that there has to be a general and consistent practice of states, and the second is that that practice has to demonstrate opinio juris, acceptance as law. So the states that are engaging in that practice have to believe that they're doing it because they have a legal obligation to do so. And both of these requirements have to be met. So in order for there to be customary international law around outlying archipelagos, there would need to be a practice, and that practice would have to be demonstrative of a legal rule that states thought they were following. And this is where we get to that state practice supplement that I had mentioned in the beginning. So the study contains a comprehensive review of both state practice and opinio juris. It represents both practice and opinio juris of 23 non-archipelagic states. We thought that was the best sort of universe of comparison to what China is attempting to do with its 4 island groups. And the review was of 80 island groups, or approximately 80 island groups in total. And the basic rundown of it is that there's absolutely no customary international law that supports China's position. All of these states have a practice that doesn't match what China is doing, and more importantly, they believe that the practice that they are engaging in is the international law practice of baselines that is found in the convention. So really quickly, some key conclusions from the study. Taken together, the PRC unlawfully claims sovereignty or some form of exclusive jurisdiction over most of the South China Sea. Those claims undermine numerous universally recognized provisions of international law, and the international community should continue to actively oppose these unlawful claims. And we have Bob Harris's email up here. He wasn't able to make it today, unfortunately, but feel free to email him.
Thank you. I should have noted at the top that those of you who are looking online see Nathan's name, and I think those of you who have the written pamphlet might still have Bob's name. Bob wanted to be here, caught COVID. It is mild. I'm told he's just fine. He's just at home, probably watching the web stream, very frustrated, shaking his fist at the ceiling. All right, so next we're going to move on to Wen Thi Lan Anh, who is the Director General of the EC Institute at the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. Lan Anh was previously a research fellow at the Center for International Law at the National University of Singapore and the Japan Institute for International Affairs. Her research interests are in ocean law and policy, maritime security, and the South China Sea issues. Lan Anh?
Thank you, Greg, for your kind introduction, and very good morning for all the participants here and everyone who tune in online. thank you, Nathan, to give us a very comprehensive analysis on the achievement of the limits in the sea 150. My job will continue very easily with your analysis. We all know that this year is the anniversary of the UNCLOS at 40, and I would like to analyze its relevance to the South China Sea. So when we're talking about UNCLOS, I just like to remind you about the outcome of the South China Sea Arbitral Award. On your left-hand side, it is a map before the Tribunal Award. So there is a 9-line claim by China. There is a possibility to have all the green circle, which is the 200 nautical miles from EEZ and continental shelf of these geographical features in the South China Sea. And on your right-hand side, it is a map that clear all the redundant line because the arbitral tribunal, as Nathan said, already conclude that the features at the Spratly only entitled for 12 nautical miles, and the 9 deadlines cannot be used to claim the maritime claims for China in the South China Sea. And with very much similarity in geographical situation of the Spratly and the Paracel, similar conclusion can be made to the Paracels. Therefore, we have much clearer map on your right-hand side. And it means that if we follow UNCLOS and follow the arbitral award, then the actual dispute maritime zones in the South China Sea will be much less. But unfortunately, the de facto situation in the South China Sea will tell us another story. This is a map indicate the route of a vessel from China illegally operating in the Vanguard Bank. In earlier slides that made by Nathan, we understand that the Vanguard Bank is a submerged features, and its position is in the Vietnamese continental shelf. But in 2019, China illegally conducting the seismic survey with the route indicate here. And the two circles here indicate that even if we think that the Spratly features have 200 nautical miles, I still cannot cover the areas that China conducts the seismic survey. And more or less, a kind of expand to the edge of the 9-lines. So even though that the tribunal would conclude that the 9-line cannot be used to claim the maritime zones in the South China Sea, China is still conducting that claim in fact. The next map is thanks to CSIS. It's a very timely research and give it a very good visual aid to indicate that not only Vietnam, but Indonesia and Malaysia also suffer. We heard from the previous speaker in the last panel that the two incidents happened in 2020. If you look at the location, it's also in the area outside of the maritime entitlement of China, is more or less covered in the 9-line. And this is mentioned in Dr. Liu in the previous panel. It is the new symptom that we have hundreds of malicious vessels by China in the Whitman Rift in 2021. It's just an illustration of the gray tactic, illustrates that China might escalate its sovereignty claim and support the maritime claim in the South China Sea by the new technique. We also have the map, thanks to CSIS again. It is all the route indicate the maritime scientific research conducted by China. And again, we saw the limit that it happened all the area in which covered by the 9-line. This one is the, on the green one, indicate the China action to name the underwater features. And very unfortunately, all the underwater features fall totally within Vietnamese continental shelf. We all know that normally the naming of underwater features have no legal implication for sovereignty. Also, the underwater features is not a subject for like sovereignty claim. But anyway, China already put that as a symbolic claim for like sovereignty over underwater features. And this is the new formula that China usually made it claim clearly nowadays. This is a letter sent to the commissions of the International Hydrographic Organizations in March the 14th. And I would like to draw your attention on the third paragraph, where the letter said that China have sovereignty over Nansa Shootout, conceding the 4 group of islands that Nathan mentioned before. And more important, China have internal water, territorial sea, contiguous zones, exclusive economic zones, and continental shelf based on Nansa Shootout. And also, China has historic right in the South China Sea. So that 2 layers of claim. The first layer seems like use all the terms of the UNCLOS, and the second layer still keep with historic right. And it's ending with the sentence that the above position of China comply with relevant international law and practice. And the same paragraph has been repeated in the diplomatic note made by China yesterday to the CSIS in the series of the Malaysia submission on the Commission of the Limits of the Continental Shelf. So the new formula indicates that it is clearly from China's mind that China will claim the whole water in the South China Sea, either by the means of like the concept highlighted by UNCLOS or by the historical rights that already objected by the arbitral tribunal in the South China Sea. So based on the situation that we mentioned before, we believe that the limits in the seas have made a great contributions in the sense that it will provide the objective legal analysis despite being an official member of UNCLOS. The United States have applied UNCLOS objectively and arrived at a very good conclusion and illustrate for the other country what, when, and why it is illegal for the maritime claim of China in the South China Sea. Before the limit in the sea 150, we have the limit in the sea 143, which already provides us with all the argument denying the 9-dash line, and to some extent it will draw the basic for the South China Sea arbitral award as well. And it's also provide the momentum and encouragement for other countries to send the diplomatic notes to the CSIS. The limit in the sea 150 is timely and effectively in the way that it continue analyze international law applied to the 4 shares, that means 4 groups of China claim, and also it's very important that it compiled of 80 islands group, 80 practice of the offshore island from like all the state practice in over the world to conclude that no customary international law exists. So by that way, it will attack directly to the statement of China that it's complying with relevant international law, we find no law. It complies with practice, then no practice support that claim. Here in the slide, I put 151 because I do hope that we wouldn't stop at 150. We do hope that after 150, we're going to have other analysis to continue with these objective contributions. But even though that the limit in the sea contribute a lot for like the legal development and the legal analysis, particularly in the South China Sea, we do observe the new development of the law of the sea in the South China Sea. For example, the impact of like deep seabed exploration. China is moving toward a more active role in the area, and it is governed by the International Seabed Authorities, ISA, and unfortunately, without a membership it's very difficult to contribute to this. We also saw the role of CLCS in the sense that as far as we already have the South China Sea Edward, then there are no overlapping maritime zones whatsoever between the Nile-Dash line and the extended continental shelf. So the CLCS may just proceed with recommendation for Vietnamese and Malaysians submission, but unfortunately, it's not happened up to now. And also, we have the problems of the contribution of new judges to international tribunal, for example, the ICLOS and the ad hoc arbitration. Without being a member, the United States cannot contribute to that area as well. So we do hope that. I know that many have made it core before, but we do hope that with a very much responsibility for the development of the law of the sea, the US will reconsider to be an official member of UNCLOS again. Thank you.
Thank you, Lan-Nine. And closing us out will be Neil Silva. Neil is a lecturer on legal theory, commercial law, and international law at the College of Law at the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He previously served as legal advisor to the Philippine negotiating panel on the 2014 Philippines-U.S. Agreement on Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement, EDCA, and the working groups of the Philippine Commission on Visiting Forces. Neil?
Okay, good morning. Okay. I have some slides. I have some slides ready, but in any case,
We'll just filibuster. We'll get them.
But in any case, all right. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Number one, first of all, it's an honor for me to be here in lieu of my superior, Dr. J. Batong Bakal, who is really the main Philippine pioneer on these matters, who unfortunately could not join us today. Now, the slides ready, which would be flashed, I suppose, in due time, really focus on Philippine perspectives concerning UNCLOS, especially in view of the recent transition of the administrations from the Duterte administration to the Marcos administration, and especially in view of the policy issuances of President Marcos, particularly made yesterday at the State of the Nation address of the Philippines. So my slides, but in any case, I can discuss them here even without the slides, are actually grouped into three points, using language that is no doubt familiar to people in Washington, D.C. Knowns, unknowns, and should-be knowns. So basically, let's start with those are basically three parts. But before I begin, I have to say everything I say is merely my personal opinion and does not reflect any official statement by any person. So knowns, unknowns, and should-be knowns. What are the knowns? What are the knowns is this. The Philippines has a mixture of hard and soft approaches vis-a-vis South China Sea, vis-a-vis China, insofar as the territorial and the maritime overlap issues are concerned. Number one, on the hard margin, the Philippines has assertion and coalition. It is asserting its claim. In fact, President Duterte affirmed it way back in 2020 at the General Assembly. He expressly invoked the award in his meeting with President Xi Jinping, if I understand it, August 2019. We have been protesting both illegal activities of China as well as ambiguously legal but nonetheless unfriendly activities. And at the same time, we have been working on coalition. We have maintained our alliance with the United States, notwithstanding the brief hiccup over the Visiting Force Agreement. Now, on the softer part of the ledger, the Philippines is also engaging in consultation and cooperation. Consultation, we are, of course, part of the multilateral COC negotiations. We have the bilateral consultative mechanism, and as you know, we also had the 2019 Memorandum of Understanding on hydrocarbon and oil and gas activities in oil and gas activities. We also have cooperation, I specifically adverting to the 2019 MOU in oil and gas. So these patterns of Philippine action, hard and soft, I call them the Alpha Charlie 3, assertion, coalition, cooperation, consultation, is actually replicated to some extent in the recent public statements of President Marcos. In terms of assertion, he categorically asserted that he will not preside over any process. Okay, that's it. Known, unknowns. I hope DC people don't get deja vu. We have knowns and unknowns. So, okay. Summary of Philippine approaches is we have soft and hard approaches, as I noted earlier. Consultation and cooperation on the soft side of the ledger, and then assertion and coalition on the harder side of the ledger, including coalition by building up our maritime assets with cooperation from the United States and its allies. And this is replicated in President Marcos's statements. For example, on the hard side, he has said that he will not surrender any inch of Philippine territory. And also on the coalition side, he has noted the importance of alliances and partnerships. On the softer side, he is basically stressing the need for diplomatic discussions as part of resolving any disputes. And on cooperation, he is open to all fields of cooperation, up to and including economic and military cooperation with China. That was stated in this presser way back in early July. Now, you may note that this is not categorically mentioned in the 2016 award, but there are 3 points to note. Is that number one? In the Philippines, when you talk about national territory, that is a code for both land territory and maritime zones. Because of that is a code in the Philippines because of the peculiar language of Article 1 of our Constitution. Number two, his State of the Nation address has really been focused on economics, so he didn't really go into detail on the international and foreign relations side. And third is that we have the categorical statement of our Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Secretary Enrique Manalo, who noted that the Philippines considers the South China Sea arbitration as well as the UNCLOS to be twin poles of its maritime policy in the West Philippine Sea, which is the name we give to the part of the South China Sea over which we have jurisdiction. So those are the knowns. What are the unknowns? Number one. Okay. What will be the Philippines' general approach moving forward under the new administration to the number one, to the shifts in the geopolitical and the regional and global power relations, and to the normative shift as well? What will be the policy moving forward? Second, what will be the Philippines' target outcomes regarding the 2016 award, both from a ideal or a pragmatic standpoint? We'll be pushing for full implementation, partial implementation, comprehensive or selective. We'll be pushing for damages and how much, and what will be our legal and political strategy for getting those outcomes? Third, what will be the Philippines' general approach to China as a neighbor, as an economic partner, as an emerging hegemon, as a normative revisionist, and as a competitor over the area? And fourth, how will those approaches be affected by China's continuing harassment and both illegal and ambiguously legal but unfriendly activities? Because as noted in this chart, unfortunately it's not quite complete, right now the approaches go in the shade of the traditional dime continuum, but add non-military physical coercion as well as juridical coercion, stretching the line between illegal and unethical but not necessarily illegal, hence the quasi-warfare tactics being promoted in the area. Fifth question is what, therefore, from the Philippine perspective, moving forward under the new administration, will be optimal role of our allies and partners? This chart merges together the hub-and-spoke system of the United States and its allies, along with the partnerships among those allies. I'm afraid this is a bit old, so it has the France partnership, but not the AUKUS yet. But at the same time, it all merges that with the ASEAN and ASEAN Plus system, which includes the bigger square of the Treaty of Amity and Cooperation of 1976, which has its own dispute settlement mechanism, which to my knowledge has never been invoked. And finally, part 3 of my brief talk is what is must-be-knowns. Must-be-knowns is that, number one, we need to know that there are risks to Philippine negotiating position regarding the maritime zone, the South China Sea. And whether those risks arise, they may be the erosion of international support. If we prolong our non-action, it may be that the political momentum for supporting the Philippines may wither. That's really number one. Number two is that we might accidentally do things inconsistent with our legal and political strategy. For example, if we go into an Article 74 or Article 83 provisional measure, it will be inconsistent with the award because the award is premised on the lack of an EEZ and a lack of a continental shelf claim by the People's Republic. Whereas if we do that, then we are implicitly admitting that there's a claim. Third is we have to note that must be wary of acts and omissions which may be inconsistent with the legal doctrine in 2016 award. And fourth is, we must be wary of the possible transformation of the underlying legal regime. Now, LIS 150 has marvelously clarified the existing legal regime concerning UNCLOS and the rocks and the four shahs. However, what appears from the literature is that the People's Republic is attempting to change the underlying legal regime in several ways. Number one, by possibly creating a regional, several things they could do. It's listed here. They could try to weaken the norm from a prescriptive norm to a less prescriptive norm. Using the terms of Professor Orion Young, you could go from an enforcement regime to a more programmatic regime. You could weaken it by desuetude, for example. So that or they might try to carve out a regional lex specialis, which is the danger with the COC negotiations, and something we need to be very wary of. They might be trying to carve out a regional lex specialis. And another issue that we need to face is regarding not the maritime zones, but also undisputed territories, is that the Philippines need to be very careful of acts and omissions contrary to our claim, but at the same time, we need to be wary of accentuating the hyper-nationalist narrative, because we might be narrowing our scope for negotiated compromise at the same time. And finally, we must be wary of any successful effort on the part of the People's Republic to wrest de facto control of disputed territory. I mean specifically the Scarborough Shoal, because China, you can see the chart here, China is using basically an innovative use of re-emergent quasi-warfare methods, both on the strategic, on a lawfare, and a tactical level. On the strategic level, you're using hybrid warfare tactics. You're inverting the ends, ways, means triad by basically using, instead of going the military route, destroying defense, and thereafter taking over, you're taking over immediately, and therefore using a counter-pressure motive. Counter-pressure movement that basically it's daring the other person to escalate rather than you apparently escalating yourself. And also the tactical and the lawfare spectrum, you're basically taking advantage of legal gray areas as well in order to enlarge your scope of action and make the scope of action of the other state smaller. So this is something that we need to be very wary of. So knowns, we know the Philippines is a mix of hard and soft policies. Unknowns, what will we do next? So I am waiting for the next national security policy and the next national security strategy. Hopefully it will be issued soon under this administration, so we will know what the directions will be. And finally, must be knowns, we have many, many reasons to be very cautious, especially when we negotiate the COC and other instruments over the South China Sea. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Neil. Thank you to all three presenters. Now we're going to open it up to questions. Again, if you're online, you can type your questions in. And if you're here in the room, we have the stand mic. We have about 20 minutes and a almost infinite variety of topics we can discuss. While you gather thoughts, let me throw a related set of questions out to the whole panel. So, limits in the C-150. I mean, as you say, it's 150th. I think it's easy for people to assume that this is somewhat rote, but these things take an enormous amount of work, particularly this one. I mean, with the annex on state practice being longer than the limits in the sea itself. So Nathan, I wonder if you can talk a little bit about the process here, right? How much energy and effort and time does it take to produce one of these? And then to Lana and Neil, the corollary, how much time and energy and effort does that therefore save U.S. allies and partners who now don't have to go through 80 different island group case studies to disprove every Chinese argument?
Yeah, thanks for that question. So I guess I'll preface my answer just by saying that, there are 150 of these, and normally the process for them is pretty simple, right? You look at what a country has stated, usually in its domestic laws, about what its maritime zones are. You compare that to the legal regime and UNCLOS, and it's an exercise, but it's a quick exercise usually, and it's something we can do. I mean, you see the pace of our publishing before this one. Sometimes when we're getting a good clip going. We can get one out every few months. This one took, honestly, about 2 years with input from, I'd say like a core of like a half a dozen people, but input from across both the State Department and the interagency. It's just, it's a big undertaking when you are trying to analyze a position of a country whose entire policy is not to articulate their position. And so you then have to account for sort of every possible permutation of what they could mean when you're analyzing the legal consequences of the position, which is why, when you're analyzing what is China doing in the South China Sea, you really need to take that worldwide view, and it's an amount of effort that the United States government is lucky that we have experts who are able to put that manpower in.
Guiders, it's pretty much a similar process because normally China never clearly state their legal basics as well as the scope of maritime claims. Therefore, on the one hand, we need to keep an eye on what going on the field, the implication of any maritime incidents, and compare with the legal provisions of UNCLOS and other state practice to draw the conclusion to see any clarification from the incident that China would like to send the message for their claim. Also, either any new legal argument that China would love to project to protect their or argue for the maritime claims.
In answer to the question, it was an enormous help. And thank you very much for the effort, especially with the state practice supplement, which is fun to reverse engineer, and looking at the underlying issuances by the respective states, some of which are not in English, so they're a bit difficult to read. And also, it's actually an enormous help in another sense because LIS 150 really clarified the state of customary law and state practice insofar as the drawing of strait basins around alleged island groups are concerned. But I must stress that as far as we're concerned, the LIS 150 is not merely a map of us. It's not merely a statement as the state of the law, but also a map of the law that we have to defend. Because as we noted, as we recall from the 2018 speech of President Xi at the Communist Party plenum on the rule of law, he talked about changing the law in your favor. He talked about law as lawfare in infantry terms. You're trying to occupy the high ground of the law. So basically, LIS 150 also tells us what is the normative regime that we need to defend in order to defend the rules-based order in the maritime sphere. So again, thank you very much for that.
While folks still gather their thoughts, and again, I realize that the lawyers can be intimidating, but I promise that they don't bite. I have a couple of specific questions maybe for each panelist. I want to start with Lanai. There was a map you showed early in your presentation of the before and the after of the 2016 arbitration award. And as you pointed out, a reasonable application of the precedent from the arbitration award would mean that the Paracel Islands also do not have rights to entitlements to any easier continental shelf. I have had good-natured arguments with Vietnamese friends before about whether or not the Vietnamese government has actually said that that is the position of Hanoi. And to my mind, there's never been a clear statement from Hanoi. There's been implication. Do you think that the position within the halls of power in Vietnam is actually firmly that the arbitration award is the law of the land and therefore the Paracels do not generate any easier continental shelf?
Well, if you read the Law of the Sea of Vietnam 2012, as generally just repeat the provisions of Article 121 of UNCLOS, in which it went open for the possibility of easy and continental shelf for the Paracel, of course. But then if you read the note verbal, the diplomatic note that Vietnam sent to the CLCS after the Malaysian submission, there will be a clearer explanations that Vietnam will go for the conclusion of the arbitral award in which the geographical features in the South China Sea only entitled of 12 nautical miles. And it's quite a reasonable argument given the similarity in the geographical conditions, the size, all the characters of the Spratly and the Paracels.
Thanks.
And even in the case if the paracel have full maritime entitlement, there won't be like a reduced effect of the small features in any kind of maritime delimitations that widely applied in state practice and judicial decisions that indicate that it will be enclave in any maritime delimitation in the futures.
Yeah, so this would be Nicaragua, Colombia, or Bangladesh. For anybody who wants to go
Yes.
read case studies from the ICJ, islands don't count as much as coastlines. One more question for Neil, and then we'll turn over to John. Neil, you mentioned that one of the unknowns is what the Philippine government, the new Philippine government, may do to try to recapture the momentum of the 2016 award and try to seek some kind of additional measures from the PCA, the arbitral tribunal at the PCA. What would that look like? What kind of potential avenues are available to Manila to pursue the award further?
What will it look like? Easiest to demarcate it from an ends and ways and means perspective. The ends would be, for example, there are actually three groups of things that China did, was the tribunal decision would be the invalidity of the 9-dash line. So what is the formal outcome of that is China's repudiation of the 9-dash line. The material or pragmatic outcome might be really the non-enforcement of it without the express repudiation. As to the other acts, for example, same thing with the non-claiming of a continental shelf from those rocks. And also as to the other misdeeds such as the unlawful actions, the Philippines might ask for damages and reparations in accordance with the state responsibility of the People's Republic. That's as to ends. As to ways, of course, as noted by what is clear is that the President has enunciated the fact that we will pursue diplomatic means. And in effect, that is in fact the purpose under UNCLOS as well. It's really for diplomatic negotiation as to how you will implement it. And aside from that, however, the Philippines has other options. Number one, it can push for a mix of legal and political strategies as ways. For example, on the legal side, it can push for good offices from a country or an entity that is acceptable to both the Philippines and the People's Republic. For example, it can be the UN Secretary General, for example, who has historical exercised good offices. It could be the Organization of African Unity, for example, other acceptable entities. On the political side, the Philippines can, of course, marshal support, not to demonize the People's Republic, but rather to really to convince it to negotiate in good faith concerning the implementation of the award and perhaps concerning the rectification of the environmental damage in the area. So the political strategy can include a marshalling of international sentiment. It can include diplomatic negotiations to convince other countries, for example, to take into account the legal doctrines in the award whenever they have treaties and whenever they have statements, so that it'll crystallize into custom. It'll fully crystallize because, as we know, it is only binding directly in the Philippines and China. However, it is also a source of international law under Article 38 and also a source of interpretation of UNCLOS under the Vienna Convention. So that is something that we can do, legal as well as political ends. And as to ways and as to means, the means is really our alliances and partnerships. So basically that's it.
Sorry, you didn't mention the UN General Assembly. Any hope of bringing a non-binding resolution, as we've seen, for instance, Mauritius do it to the UK, or previously Nicaragua once upon a time to the US, to successfully urge the Chinese toward compromise?
As to the United Nations General Assembly, I am not an expert on the current patterns of membership, but marshalling a majority in the UNGA, I don't know if the Philippines has the political and economic heft to do so. But I do not know. I haven't really looked at that particular question. I'm hopeful, but not entirely confident.
Thanks.
On the UNGA.
All right, let's go to the floor. John?
Thank you. I'm not intimidated by lawyers unless they're billing me. Madam T. Lanine mentioned that this is the 40th anniversary of UNCLOS and that the U.S. isn't a signatory, and you said you expressed hope that it might become one. That was back in 1982 when UNCLOS was signed. The world is a much different place 40 years later. It was my understanding when the U.S. didn't sign UNCLOS was because it didn't want to entrust, I guess, the sovereignty of the high seas to the United Nations. But now, as I said, the world is different. In 2022, would the U.S. signing UNCLOS reinforce the rule of law and a rules-based international order that that the United States does espouse, whether it's Democratic or Republican administrations? And what are the prospects of that? So maybe I'm asking that question to Nathan, and sort of going back to the last panel, where Professor Suleiman was saying the U.S. can it be counted on? Would this be a confidence-building measure that would reinforce amongst Vietnam, the Philippines, other countries throughout the world, whether it's in Southeast Asia or not, that this would help foster a rules-based international order, and that the U.S. could be counted on? Thank you.
Probably something there for everybody.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, there's a lot to unpack there. I guess the first thing I would say is that the current administration, like past administrations, does support the United States becoming a party to UNCLOS. As to actually signing it, there are domestic processes that have to happen before that can happen. So skipping over the question of that, which I'm not really qualified to speak to the domestic end of it, I could just say that, I think that anyone who practices either on the legal or policy end in this area recognizes that that you have to explain why you should be taken seriously when you go into a room with people from other countries and explain what the U.S. position is on something. And we have better arguments in some areas than in others. When we're talking about limits on the seas 150, we treat all of those legal rules as customary international law, and we always have, and people know that. And so it's easier to make that sort of argument. But there are cases like seabed mining, for example, where it is harder to make that argument.
Thank you.
Actually, my message in the presentation is we all know that the United States believe a lot of the provision of UNCLOS are customary international law, and the U.S. voluntarily abide by all that provisions. But there are certain benefits from being a member of UNCLOS that will be excluded if the U.S. not an official members. And one of them is the deep seabed mining. One of them is the CSIS. Perhaps the U.S. cannot oppose to the claim of extended continental shelf raised by Canada, for example, and also participated in the dispute settlement mechanism in Part 15 of UNCLOS. So those are the benefits that perhaps the U.S. should consider to be our members.
Thank you. I am at one with the preference that the United States formally become a member of UNCLOS. That being said, its current activity now in relations with the limits in the seas, etc., provides a sort of stopgap role as well, which is also of advantage to the international normative order in two ways. Number one, because the United States is basically on the outside looking in, it is an external witness to customary law. Because right now, the attack of the People's Republic on UNCLOS is questioning UNCLOS's status as an exclusive normative constitution for the oceans by invoking going back to customary law. Well, the United States is not an UNCLOS participant, not a treaty party. It is a party to the customary regime, and it is affirming the customary regime. So there's an accidental advantage to the United States not being a party to UNCLOS in that sense. The second thing is that the United States has had some difficulties as well with other multilateral regimes. As we know, in the interwar period, the United States did not ratify the League of Nations Covenant, and that sort of weakened the League of Nations Covenant. At the same time, however, the United States provided support for the underlying political system of League Covenant, for example, to the Washington Naval Treaties, for example, through the Kellogg-Briand Pact. So the United States is able to assist from the outside as well. Of course, it's better if it assists from the inside, but the League systems survived a little bit, Washington Naval Treaties, etc., partly through American political support from the outside as well. So it's not perfect, but it's a silver lining as well, basically.
John, I would just note the last time the U.S. tried to take up ratification, Democrats held a 54-seat majority, and they had 12 Republican votes, one shy, which is why it didn't come to the floor. That was 2012. Today, only 3 of those 12 Republicans are left in the Senate. The other 9 have been replaced by more conservative replacements, and the Democratic majority is only 50. So the math is pretty brutal. Yeah. Henry?
This question is more directed at Neil. Neil, focusing on the Philippines and the West Philippine Sea and the hydrocarbon situation, there is the Malampaya offshore undersea, natural gas field, which supplies effectively 40% of the electricity needs after the liquefied natural gas is burned and turned into electricity of the island of Luzon. And it's been stated for a long time now that the Malampaya natural gas field is fast depleting. Yet Shell and Chevron attempted to sell their interests in Malampaya, and one of them did to Dennis Oy, the Dennis Oy from Davao, not the Dennis Oy from Pampanga. There are two of them. And almost $500 million was paid for half of the interests of half of the ownership of the Malampaya offshore natural gas field. Why do you think someone would pay $500 million for half of the ownership or 45% of the ownership of a depleting natural gas oil field? What is your take on that?
Okay, first of all, I can only conjecture, but because I don't have really first-hand knowledge concerning the issue. I would conceivably think two possibilities. Number one, it may be that someone has made a more optimistic assessment of Malampaya. That's number one. Number two is that it may be that the people want to use the Malampaya infrastructure and extend it forward or further into the South China Sea through other gas field areas. Those are the two possibilities. And I don't know exactly to what extent. For example, everyone has been predicting the depletion of Malampaya for a long time, or at least not necessarily depletion, but rather it becomes economically unviable to get gas from the area. But again, there are other areas in the South China Sea, and having a foothold in Malampaya would provide an advantage, as noted by other persons than myself, to basically bridge the infrastructure and extend the pipelines further out into the water, rather than, for example, having to build it from scratch and creating a pipeline from Batangas all over again. So that may be the advantage.
Those other areas that you speak of are subject to the claim by the People's Republic of China. So do you think it's a real possibility that those exploitation efforts can be extended beyond what is currently existing?
Okay, I'm afraid that will have to be. It's a question on the political will of both the Philippines and the People's Republic. On the side of the Philippines as well is a question of whether or not we would really assert to the maximum extent possible our entitlement in the continental shelf resources in the area. As you know, for a while we stopped activities in the area. So the question is, will we do so again, or will we really push it to its logical conclusion? On the part of the People's Republic, will it exercise political will to compromise, to have a meaningful compromise and to actually have a meaningful acceptance of our continental shelf entitlement in the area? Because there has been a history of harassment of our vessels in the area. I conjecture it may or may not happen depending on what the People's Republic decides. But again, it's a political issue for both sides, and whether or not they can actually have a settlement in accordance with UNCLOS continental shelf regime.
All right. Well, we are just over time for this session, so we're going to have to wrap it there and let these people get to lunch. For those in the room, we have lunch set up out in the foyer. For those watching online, if you want to whip up a peanut butter and jelly sandwich or something, we're going to be back in 20 minutes at 12:15 for our lunch keynote address. Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking our panelists. We all set? Everybody have their lunch? Digging in? Are we good? Check, check. Can you hear me okay? What's that? The what? The handheld. Oh, you need this one down. All right. We'll try this. Shaking off the cobwebs. Sure. We okay? Oh. This one's working now too? Okay. All right, we'll use this then. All right, hey everybody. So we're going to get started with our lunch keynote. I hope everybody had a chance to dig into the buffet. So today we're going to hear from Eli Ratner. Eli serves as the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Indo-Pacific Security Affairs at the U.S. Department of Defense. Prior to his confirmation, he served as the Director of the DoD China Task Force and as a Senior Advisor on China to the Secretary of Defense. And prior to his work at DoD, Eli was the Executive Vice President and Director of Studies at the Center for New American Security. And so without further ado, please join me in welcoming Dr. Eli Ratner to the stage.
All right, well, thank you, Greg, for that kind introduction, and wonderful to see everyone. It's a privilege to be here today, and I've always found this particular event to be one of the best, highest quality Asian security events, not only here in Washington, but nationally as well. So very happy to be here. I last spoke at this conference in 2017, and at that time had the luxury of being a fellow think tanker, which is a little bit of an easier job than coming here as a U.S. official, but I will do my best. And I've just come this morning from 2 hours of classified briefing with an interrogation with the Senate Armed Services Committee. So I'm going to see whether who's the tougher audience, CSIS or Senate Republicans. I worry the worst is yet to come, but thank you all for being here today. You know, there's been a lot of changes in the region over the last couple years. I know that's what you've been talking about earlier today, and with a particular focus on the South China Sea. But let me give you a little sense of how we're thinking about the current context from the perspective of the Defense Department, and then very much look forward to question and answer with Greg and with the group. So, you know, suffice it to say, and you hear this a lot, but it's true, you know, across all metrics, the Indo-Pacific is the fastest growing part of the world. It's a tremendous opportunity for the United States, but also obviously presents great challenges. And it's the department's assessment, which I know many here today share, that the single most consequential challenge in the Indo-Pacific from a security perspective stems from the People's Republic of China. And that's why you've heard Secretary Austin and the department in official documents and otherwise characterize the PRC as our pacing challenge. Beijing has, over the last few years, intensified its efforts, in particular to assert control over its maritime periphery and to deconstruct core elements of the rules-based order. Again, I know issues you've been wrestling with this morning, and we see Beijing combining its growing military power with greater willingness to take risks. I wanted to mention in particular, and Greg mentioned this was something that was raised this morning as well, that in recent months we've witnessed a sharp increase in unsafe and unprofessional behavior by PLA ships and aircraft, implicating not only U.S. forces but allied forces operating in the region. As you know, last month a PLA J-16 fighter cut across the nose of an Australian P-8 that was conducting routine overflight activities in the South China Sea. and released a round of chaff that was ingested into the P-8 engine. And that maneuver fell right on the heels of a series of unsafe intercepts of Canadian aircraft conducting UN Security Council resolution enforcement activities in the East China Sea, and an incident earlier this year when the PLA Navy ship, a PLA Navy ship directed a laser at another Australian P-8, endangering the safety of all of those on board. Now, you have seen, I'm sure, episodes of these periodically reported in the media and others, but I want to be clear that these are not isolated incidents, that over the last 5 years, the number of unsafe PLA intercepts, including U.S. allies and partners operating lawfully in international airspace in the South China Sea, has increased dramatically, with dozens of dangerous events in the first half of this year alone. In my view, this aggressive and irresponsible behavior represents one of the most significant threats to peace and stability in the region today, including in the South China Sea. And if the PLA continues this pattern of behavior, it is only a matter of time before there is a major incident or accident in the region. And this is an influential crowd here today, folks watching at home. I would urge all of you in your official and unofficial channels, as our senior leadership has done at DoD, to press Beijing to stop this dangerous behavior. In addition to this, across the region, and especially in the South China Sea, the PRC has also escalated tensions with its neighbors at a pace unseen before. It's employing its military, maritime militia, and state-owned enterprises in a holistic way to intimidate and impose its preferences on regional states. CSIS has done path-breaking work on this, illuminating the PRC's coercive tactics, including an incident a few months ago in which the Chinese Coast Guard harassed a Taiwanese vessel carrying Filipino scientists and shadowed the research vessel for more than 2 weeks. Beijing has taken similar actions against Vietnam. Earlier this year, the Chinese Coast Guard aggressively approached Vietnamese drilling vessels that were lawfully pursuing energy exploration activities within Vietnam's exclusive economic zone. And in May of last year, the PLA sent more than a dozen military aircraft into Malaysian-administered airspace. And of course, last fall, we all know PRC vessels used water cannons to block and target Philippine resupply boats headed towards Second Thomas Shoal. So these actions, again, are not individual provocations. Beijing is systematically testing the limits of our collective resolve and advancing a new status quo in the South China Sea that flies in the face of our shared commitment to the respect for sovereignty, peaceful resolution of disputes, and adherence to international law. And this is why we aren't looking at the South China Sea problem set in isolation, but as part of a unified strategic approach by Beijing that spans the Indo-Pacific. The PRC's actions in the South China Sea show what a PRC-dominated regional order would look like. This is a world defined by spheres of influence in which might makes right and disputes are resolved by force. So we at the Defense Department and across the U.S. government are seized of this challenge with a great sense of urgency. And from a defense perspective, what this demands of us is that we demonstrate the will and capability to credibly deter PRC aggression. So I'll focus the remainder of my remarks not on the challenge, but on what a few of our priorities are as we go about this work going forward. And I'll start on the issue of asymmetric advantages. So the first key element here is building asymmetric advantages for our partners. The tragedy in Ukraine has been an instructive period for Indo-Pacific leaders and policymakers. It's of course shown us the very real human costs of an unprovoked assault on the rules-based order, but it's also taught us some key insights on adaptability, resilience, and resolve, and highlighted the urgency of our ongoing work in the Indo-Pacific. Without question, bolstering our partners' self-defense capabilities in the South China Sea and across the region is a task of foremost importance for the Defense Department, and DoD is taking an increasingly proactive approach in looking at new options to support these efforts. Our approach is informed by an understanding that deterrence is not simply about outmatching our competitors dollar for dollar. We've seen reminders in Ukraine that smaller nations can outmaneuver larger aggressors through smart investments in self-defense technologies, anti-aircraft weapons, and other anti-access denial capabilities. And in concert with capabilities, we see information as another powerful tool for fundamentally reshaping the playing field in the South China Sea. This includes supporting our partners' ISR capabilities, but it also requires thinking more expansively about how we manage, flow, and share information and use transparency to greater effect. So we're doubling down on our efforts to build a common operating picture with our partners that will allow them to better detect and counter illicit activities in their territorial waters. Our new Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness, which we can talk a little bit more about in the Q&A, which we launched at the Quad Leaders Summit in May, is just one way that we're doing so. The IPMDA, or IPMDA as it is known, will allow us to share near real-time satellite data with our partners and rapidly process and distribute this data through regional information fusion centers in Singapore, in the Indian Ocean, and the Pacific Islands. A second priority I wanted to highlight today is the work we're doing to build a combat-credible forward presence in the region, including through pursuing new areas of access and new ways of operating. Secretary Austin, as many of you may have heard, said at the Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore that the Indo-Pacific is the department's, quote, priority theater of operations. As we center our operations on the region, we're focused on day-to-day campaigning, harnessing new capabilities, operational concepts, and combined warfighting development with our allies to complicate our competitors' military preparations. And we're building a more dynamic presence in the region. In practice, this means we're operating forward and more flexibly, including through a regular tempo of rotational activities. As many of you have seen, last fall, 2 of our carrier strike groups were joined by a Japanese helicopter destroyer and a UK carrier strike group to conduct multilateral, multi-carrier operations in the Philippine Sea. And when the USS Theodore Roosevelt carrier strike group rotated through the Indian Ocean and ultimately the South China Sea last spring, we conducted multi-domain operations with the Indian Navy and Air Force that integrated air, anti-submarine, and command and control elements. And across the board, we've increased the complexity, jointness, duration, and scale of our combined exercises with our allies and are bringing together new constellations of actors. The past few months alone have shown how we're stepping up our game in this regard. In April, the United States and the Philippines concluded the 37th iteration of the Balikatan exercise with 9,000 personnel across our military services, Coast Guards, and Special Forces. This was the largest iteration of the exercise in its long history and included members of the Australian Defence Force. Last month, of course, we kicked off RIMPAC with 26 participating nations and more than 25,000 personnel, also the largest iteration in its 28-year history. And next month, for the first time, our Garuda Shield exercise with Indonesia will be multilateral, including 12 additional nations, such as the UK, Australia, Japan, Malaysia, Singapore, and Canada. And as we continue to shore up our position in the region, we will not relent in our commitment to fly, sail, and operate wherever international law allows to ensure that all nations are able to exercise this right. And our partners share this commitment. The Indian Navy's historic deployment of a naval task force to the South China Sea last summer, for example, was a resounding affirmation of these principles. Which brings me, of course, to our third priority, which is how we're working to enable our more capable and most capable alliances and partnerships in the region. The United States' ability to pursue common security and economic goals with like-minded nations is the cornerstone of our success and at the root of our strategy. For the U.S. military specifically, our defense relationships and our ability to bind them more tightly together into more deeply interoperable coalitions can make clear the costs of aggression. Our alliances with Australia, Japan, the Philippines, the ROK, and Thailand remain at the center of our approach, and we're continuing to chart an ambitious course. During Secretary Austin's trip to Bangkok in June, we discussed opportunities to expand bilateral training and exercises with Thailand, including through establishing a new working group on reciprocal access. Our visiting forces agreement and enhanced defense cooperation agreement with the Philippines also underpin our defense cooperation, supporting more than 300 exercises and mill-to-mill activity annually between our two countries. And we're working with Manila now to develop new bilateral defense guidelines that will clarify our respective roles, missions, and capabilities within the framework of our alliance. These discussions are critical as we remain unwavering in our mutual defense commitments. And let me reiterate what Secretary Austin, Secretary Blinken, and other U.S. officials, current and previous, have said before, which is an armed attack on the Philippines Armed Forces, public vessels, or aircraft in the South China Sea would trigger our mutual defense commitments under Article 4 of our Mutual Defense Treaty. Beyond our treaty alliances, our ties with ASEAN and partnerships with Singapore, Indonesia, and Vietnam are also stronger than ever before as we expand the tempo of our operational engagements and build cooperation in new domains such as cyberspace. And finally, we're redoubling our efforts with partners to address gray zone actions that chip away at the foundations of international laws and norms and are bringing the full resources of the U.S. government to bear. Next year, as many of you likely know, the U.S. government will deploy a cutter to Southeast Asia and Oceania to provide opportunities for multinational crewing and training across the region. This will be the first forward deployment of the U.S. Coast Guard in the Indo-Pacific region and will complement the Coast Guard's commitment to prioritize Southeast Asia through providing additional cutters and a new regional training team. So just to wrap up, obviously these investments and activities matter because today the Indo-Pacific region stands at a critical juncture on our path to a stable and open and secure order. The stakes are apparent not only in the South China Sea, but also to the west, where the PRC continues to harden its position along its disputed border with India, and further to the north in the Taiwan Strait. Across each of these areas, the PRC is altering the status quo that has long served the region, and in ways that have profound implications for our collective security. To be clear, we do not seek confrontation or conflict. We say that publicly. We say that privately. Our primary interest is in upholding the order that has for decades sustained the region's peace. And while we will always stand ready to prevail in conflict, it is the primary responsibility of the Department of Defense to prevent it, and deterrence as the cornerstone of our strategy. So we're working closely with competitors and partners alike to establish guardrails. As you saw in Senator Austin's meeting with the PRC's Minister of National Defense last month on the sidelines of the Shangri-La dialogue, and we're actively seeking open lines of communication with Beijing and with China's defense leaders to ensure we can prevent miscalculations. Fortunately, and again, I've just come from the Hill, I can attest that there is a real, enduring bipartisan consensus emerging around the challenge that Beijing presents and the need for the United States to refocus its time, energy, and resources on the Indo-Pacific region. The reservoir of support for this approach is broad and deep, and Democrats and Republicans alike recognize that DoD should and must prioritize the PRC as the pacing challenge for the United States. So we benefit from the work of those here today, including on Capitol Hill, who are working with us to build sustainable solutions. We, of course, don't take this challenge lightly, and we're going to compete vigorously to defend our interests and stand up for our values. So as I've made clear today and look forward to the discussion, we are committed to putting in the hard work and making the tough calls and upfront investments that this demands of us. Thank you, and look forward to the discussion.
Good here. Thank you so much, Eli. I'm going to ask a few questions to let everybody gather their thoughts, and both those in the room and online are welcome to submit questions as well. You can use the form again online if you're watching, or line up over by the stand mic and surprise us. But first off, so Eli, that was a wide-ranging speech, and it covered just about everything I would want to ask anyway, so I'm just going to kind of ask you to expand on a few of the points. You mentioned the Shangri-La dialogue briefly. I think that the consensus throughout the region was that Secretary Austin's speech was quite well received, particularly in comparison to the rather bombastic speech that we got from General Wei. The speech only mentioned the South China Sea a handful of times, South China Sea or artificial islands or the like. But these ideas of international law, the rules-based order, peaceful resolution of disputes were really woven throughout the speech. It felt like a lot of it could have been referring to the South China Sea and similar Chinese activity. So in the grand sweep of U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy, how important is this issue among the list of others?
Well, thanks, Greg. I think it's fundamentally important, and for those of you who have followed my career, I've believed for a long time and spent a lot of time working on this issue set that it is in many ways the fulcrum of the competition over the future of the region. You mentioned Secretary Austin's speech. For those of you who haven't read it and read it again, would commend it to you, but the vision that he laid out was what he described as a shared vision among partners in the region. And our sense is, talking to whether it's, again, treaty partners in Northeast Asia, ASEAN partners, European partners, other Indians and others, there's a common language around the type of region that most of the international community wants to see in the South China Sea, and we see that in contrast to the vision that Minister Wei laid out and the vision through its actions that the PRC is designing. So I think exactly as you said, the principles of sovereignty as countries, regardless of size, being able to protect their interests, make their own decisions in a region in which rules and norms are respected are very much, I think, at play and contested in the South China Sea, and that's why we're working with allies and partners alike to ensure that we all collectively can contribute to that vision. So it's obviously, from an economic perspective, fundamentally important waterway, but from a strategic perspective as well, I've always thought of as the hinge of the future of the region.
Well, let's talk about some of the partnerships. You alluded to the pretty remarkable turnaround in the U.S.-Philippine alliance over the last 18 months, and particularly since Secretary Austin's visit out to Manila last year when the VFA abrogation was suspended. So we've had all of this work. The Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement is finally being implemented. The new defense guidelines are underway, and we have a new administration having just taken office in Manila. How do you, so far, see things progressing? Or do you feel good about where we're headed under the new Marcos administration?
I do, absolutely. And just to, I think, reiterate what you've just described, Greg, that I actually, just days after I was confirmed, joined the trip with Secretary Austin out to Southeast Asia last summer, in which he stopped in Manila. We had a long, very in-depth meeting with President Duterte and had an opportunity to work through some of the issues that had become a little bit held up within the alliance at that time. Though I will say, as of course Greg, who's probably the leading expert in this country on this issue, we have a very strong foundation to the U.S.-Philippines defense relationship. So despite when politics roil a little bit, the defense partnership remained and was quite strong, though of course certain initiatives around EDCA and others had gotten held up in the wake of the Secretary's trip. A lot of that opened up not only the implementation of the existing EDCA sites, as you mentioned, but now we're in bilateral negotiations with the Philippines on identifying possibly new EDCA sites, which I think is a very exciting development, and we're engaging in, as we are, frankly, with almost every partner in the region, really new types of conversations about the kind of cooperation that we're looking to do, including the development of the new bilateral defense guidelines that I mentioned. So I think there's a lot of opportunity in the relationship. We've obviously had some senior officials already head out to Manila. Would love to get Secretary Austin back there as soon as we can to meet with the new team as they get into place. And I think, as has been the case, there are real champions of the alliance, not only in the Philippines, but in senior positions in the government too, and that makes a big difference. So obviously, we've got a lot of work to do in terms of where we want to take the alliance, but I think we're on a very strong trajectory that started in the latter period of the Duterte administration.
Well, so let's keep going around the horn then of our partnerships. You mentioned the expanded Garuda Shield initiative with exercises coming up with Indonesia. General Milley this week headed to Indonesia. How important do we view the Indonesia relationship, and where do you see things progressing?
Again, very, very important. And I think that's part of the reason why the chairman stopped. I had a chance to talk with him about his trip before he left. He was very enthusiastic to get there. He's got terrific counterparts there to be working with. And I think, again, from what we are seeing throughout the region is a trend and a pattern of partners, again, wanting to contribute and share in the construction of that more free and open order that we have described. And part of that is a response to the threat perception from Beijing. And I think that goes around the region. But the fact that we are taking what has been a bilateral exercise, and the Indonesians are working with us to multilateralize, bring partners in from inside the region and out, I think is a real demonstration of where we want to go with that relationship. Again, it's a place very much interested in traveling with Secretary Austin, hopefully even later this year, and one, again, which I think there's a lot of promise, both on the capabilities side and also on the mill and military education side.
I'd be remiss if I also didn't ask about Vietnam, given the topic. There's always a sentiment in this town that, why aren't we going faster with Vietnam? But when we consider the fact that we had effectively no military relationship a decade ago, we've gone pretty darn fast with Vietnam. Where do you see that relationship fitting within the broader U.S. Indo-Pacific strategy?
Again, central partner when we think about the key countries that we want to be working with in the region, that we need to be working with in the region, and who are sending demand signals that we ought to be working together. I'm hoping to be going out to Vietnam in September for some senior level dialogue talks, which I'm very much looking forward to, and have hosted a number of Vietnamese counterparts at the Pentagon, including this afternoon. It's obviously a lot of history to the relationship, and that's something that we proactively address. The war legacies part of the relationship remains really important in terms of some of the accounting, as well as some of the efforts to ensure the health and safety of folks back in Vietnam. I will say one of the most special things that I have gotten to do as Assistant Secretary is that when Secretary Austin, when I had a chance to travel with him to Hanoi, one of the things that he said at that point is, hey, for a long time we've been talking about DPAA and the recovery of the remains of fallen American soldiers. How about we work with you to help you recover some of your soldiers as well? And in one of the bilateral meetings that I had recently, was able to hand over literally binders of documentation that we were able to provide the Vietnamese on data that they can use to help recover some of their war dead as well. So I think really that's important to both sides, and that kind of respect is, I think, at the foundation of the defense relationship, which is moving forward at a fairly rapid pace, given some of the constraints that we all understand. And we've been working with Vietnam to strengthen their peacekeeping capabilities, also some of their HADR capabilities. And when we talk about working with partners really throughout the region to ensure they have the capabilities they need to prevent the kind of coercion, if not aggression, that we're seeing in other parts of the world, Vietnam is certainly part of that, and we're having some of those conversations as well.
All right, one more from me, and then we'll open it to the floor, because you kind of lobbed one up for me, so I guess I'll take a swing at it. The Indo-Pacific Partnership for Maritime Domain Awareness. Anything you can tell us about the status of implementation, what this is going to look like, how you see it applying to the South China Sea issue in particular?
Yeah, so first of all, apologize for the acronym. Usually DoD is very good at acronyms. This one, there was a lot of dispute about what this effort was going to be named, and it ended up just sounding out. So people are calling it IPMIDA. Maybe we should have a contest here for a new name for this effort if that gets too long. But I think most folks are probably tracking that. What we're really aiming to do here is to share and disseminate information on what's happening in the maritime domain in particular, and the South China Sea will be a key part of this, particularly as it relates to illicit activities. This is going to be space-based maritime domain awareness. I will say, as a former think tanker, many of us have written about and thought about for probably a decade of, hey, given the technologies that CSIS and others are using to provide transparency on what's happening in the water. Why isn't there a shared, unclassified maritime domain awareness program for countries throughout the region who don't have the capabilities to monitor? Because what ends up happening is for countries that don't have that kind of maritime domain awareness, they may have a Coast Guard vessel or even a area surveillance plane, but they would have to patrol like a police car patrols a neighborhood around looking for trouble, rather than getting very direct information that says there is an illegal fishing vessel or an illegal Coast Guard vessel in your waters at this exact location, and having them be able to go and police their sovereignty much more effectively. So the practicality of this is quite real, and the fact that there are a lot of former think tankers in the Biden administration working on this account probably helped to bring this idea to fruition. So very excited. I think it's an incredibly important initiative. We're in the process. This is a Quad initiative, so I'm in the process of consulting with Japanese and Australian and Indian counterparts on process and funding. But in terms of next steps, we are planning in August to provide regional partners with a demonstration of the technology itself at the CCAT exercise in Singapore. I've gotten this demonstration in my office. It is incredible what this technology can do when it combines artificial intelligence with particular radar detection and fusing together a number of other information sources to be able to track vessels. Really important. So we're going to get a chance to demonstrate that technology to partners next month, and then in September, as part of the Blue Pacific Initiative, it's going to be another venue, particularly for the Pacific Island countries, but other Indo-Pacific nations to be able to consult on this initiative on the way forward. So it'll be a little bit of time before it's fully up and running, but I think we're on course to get there.
Great, thank you. All right, well, let's go ahead and open it up, both online and here in the room. And if you're going to ask a question, as usual, please identify yourself so Eli knows against whom he's defending himself. Please.
Yes. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Assistant Secretary. My name is Nike Chin with the Voice of America. My question may not beat the Senate Armed Service Committee, but I will try my best. Can you give us an update on the frequency of FUNOP, Freedom of Navigation of Operation in the South China Sea, and if there is any correlations between the frequency and the perceived threats from China? And separately, if I may, how do you envision Taiwan to be discussed in the planned virtual meeting between President Biden and Chinese leader Xi Jinping? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. On the last one, I'll give a very quick answer, which is there is no way to get in more trouble than speaking for the White House. So I will defer you to the White House on any plans for the president's engagement with Xi Jinping. Though happy to talk about some of the engagement that Secretary Austin has had with Minister Wei and other mill cooperation that we have with China, including on issues related to the South China Sea. On the question of FONOPS, we do not discuss publicly our operational plans, but the freedom of navigation operations that we do perform are all shared in the information space, and you can go through and catalog them to get a sense of the tempo of those operations. They are ongoing, and we see them as critical to, as you know, upholding the rules-based international order and living by the rhetoric that you hear from U.S. officials all the time that we will continue to fly, sail, and operate wherever international law allows. So that is not dictated by Beijing's behavior as something that's going to go up and down. It's something that is a steady and really important program for the Defense Department.
All right, I'm going to alternate between the in the room audience and the online audience for fairness sake. So the next one is going to go to Charlie Brown with Booz Allen Hamilton in Singapore, who's staying up pretty late to harass you. Charlie says the national security strategy and national defense strategy in nearly every leader statement notes that the Indo-Pacific is a priority theater and China is the pacing challenge and the partners and allies are our greatest advantage. Yet when you look at security assistance, especially foreign military financing and other security cooperation, other theaters, especially the Middle East, still dominate the charts. So how will that be fixed?
That sounds like a question I used to ask. So it's it is a good question. I will say that the effort to transform, when we talk about the China being the pacing challenge for the department, I think it's important to remember that we've only been after this for a couple of years now. And it will take some time to transform the institutions and budgetary mechanisms and others to reflect that prioritization, though I see that as my job day in and day out. And again, am regularly, as are the senior leaders in the department, citing the National Defense Strategy and other guidance that identifies the PRC as the pacing challenge. On the particular question of security assistance, in certain areas we have seen some of that funding balances start to reflect larger numbers for the Indo-Pacific, and particularly in FMF. That may not be the case for historical reasons, though we may see that changing as well. But we are in active discussions literally this week within the department about the guidance that is going to dictate some. Again, FMF is run out of the State Department, but for the Defense Department around some of our security cooperation initiatives and where we do have discretionary spending, we are talking through now about the guidance that is going to dictate that for the next fiscal year. And the NDS priorities are the framework for that. So I think now that the strategy is in place, we're likely to see that. But I think this question of aligning resources to prioritization is one that we just have to keep asking. In some cases it's reflected, and that's not just a DoD thing, but I think we're turning the ship, but as it relates to the question, clearly have more work to do.
Thanks. Anne-Marie?
Kia ora koutou, katoa, Eli, Professor Anne-Marie Brady from the University of Canterbury and the Wilson Centre here in DC. Thank you for your talk, it was very interesting. So you mentioned grey zone, and I have two questions for you, related questions about that. China is looking to get some kind of military presence in the South Pacific, part of the island chain, and connected into the US defence line. And so the two specific questions I have for you of areas of concern are, if China pays for and sets up a airstrip in Canton Island, will that be a breach of the Treaty of Tarawa if it's a civilian installation, which may later be used for military purposes? And secondly, it's coming up to the 80th anniversary of the Battle of Guadalcanal, and the US is sending a very high-level delegation to the Solomons to commemorate that. There has been discussion that US Navy presence there, in terms of a vessel, has not been welcomed by the Solomons government on the basis of advice of Chinese advisors. So could you comment on that, please, on two grey zone situations going on in the South Pacific? Thank you.
Sure. On the first, I don't have a specific answer to the legal question, so we'll ask my team to take a look at that, but appreciate the question. On the Solomons, maybe zoom back for a little bit, and then we can get down to the more specific question about the role of the Defense Department in all of this. I think obviously we are concerned about PLA ambitions to have installations globally. We've seen some of this obviously in Djibouti, where they now have a military base. We've seen in Cambodia. And from my perspective, this effort is intense and focused on the part of the PLA, and it's only limited by the supply side and who's willing to provide locations. So it's something we are seized of. It's something we've been tracking very closely. Frankly, the Trump administration had put great effort into this topic, and it's one that the Biden administration has as well. As it relates to the Pacific Islands and Solomon Islands, obviously a lot of concern about what we saw. Lots of alarms going off here. Hopefully it's not warning to me, stop talking. A lot of concern, obviously, as there was in New Zealand and Australia, about the potential for an installation or a military base in the Solomon Islands. I think that's what we have seen since is, I think, a renewed dedication again from our partners in New Zealand and Australia on this issue set, as well as from the United States and other parts. And again, there's been very focused effort inside the administration, not just in response to what the PRC is doing, but to try to essentially step up our game, as they say, in the Pacific Islands by increasing diplomatic presence, reestablishing diplomatic missions in key areas down in the Pacific Islands, enhancing services and economic programs and development programs, and then providing security assistance where appropriate, though, again, we don't see this as a very focused DoD effort. So I think we are encouraged by the way that at least our system has come together around this issue, and the fact that we've been able to rally and work with other members of the international community, particularly, again, New Zealand, Australia, the Japanese, European partners, and others who have been quite interested in working together on these issues. And obviously, it will remain a contested part of the world. Beijing is going to be focused on I think, trying to establish these installations where it can, and we're just going to have to keep at it and providing an affirmative agenda and providing value down there, which I think we've started to do. And as you mentioned with the Guadalcanal anniversary, expecting Deputy Secretary Sherman down there, potentially the Commandant of the Marines and others to really not only evoke the history, but show the importance of the area for the United States. So I would expect this to continue to be a very important focus area. We had Deputy Prime Minister and Defense Minister Marles from Australia visit the Pentagon just within the last couple weeks. This is an area, obviously, he's spent a lot of time on, and we've had a good chance to talk with the Australians about it as well. So I think we see this as a multilateral effort, but one that we're very much focused on.
My question about the US Navy boat, but thank you for your question, your response anyway.
Next question online goes to Christopher Woody with Business Insider. Chris says, many in Southeast Asia, including Indonesia, where General Milley is visiting this week, have been concerned by China's activity, but are also cautious about confrontation with Beijing. How is the Defense Department navigating that dynamic as it engages with these countries?
So I think that question is at the root of U.S. strategy in the South China Sea, in the Indo-Pacific, and frankly, globally, as it relates to the China challenge, because exactly as the question asked, we are well aware that while the countries are concerned about PRC coercion and intimidation, and frankly concerned about a China-led region, none of them want to see conflict and confrontation, and they understand the costs of that as well, nor do they want to see their own relationships with the People's Republic of China imperiled, given the very real and appropriate economic linkages and historical linkages and cultural linkages and in some instances security linkages as well. So navigating that reality is what makes this region so interesting and so complicated and so diverse and different from a situation, for instance, in Europe, where you have a NATO-like structure that is organized around, for instance, a particular threat related to Russia. That's not what we have in the Indo-Pacific, nor is what we're trying to construct, and it is living in that particular reality and navigating that. And so the answer to the question is our efforts are not about trying to pull countries into some kind of anti-China coalition. We do not ask countries to choose. We respect their ties and relationships with Beijing. What we want to work with them on is their ability to protect their own interests, and we want to work with them on our shared vision for the region. And I think to the extent that we can thread that needle, our defense partnerships can grow quite substantially as they are. And I think the other thing I would add is that to partners in the region, whether it's Indonesia or otherwise, we do understand that it is important that we are, and it's important to us, of course, but managing the military-to-military relationship with the PRC as well trying to build the guardrails that we're trying to build, trying to establish some of the open lines of communication with Beijing that we are to prevent miscalculation and to be able to manage through crises if and when they do occur. So it's a very good question, and it's the complicated day-to-day nature of the diplomacy that we're doing.
Thanks. Next question from the floor.
Thank you for doing this. My name is Donghui Yu, reporter with China, the Real News Agency of Hong Kong. And I have a follow-up question on Taiwan. Last week, President Biden said the military thinks that the House Speaker Pelosi's planned visit to Taiwan is not a good idea right now. How would you evaluate the situation right now over there? And are you concerned that this visit may cause a crisis in the Taiwan Strait or even in the South China Sea? And today, the spokesperson of the Chinese Defense Ministry said that the PLA will not stand idly by in this matter. So how would you respond to them? And do you communicate with them in terms of this visit? Thank you.
Yeah, well, all I'm going to say on this topic is that I'm not going to talk about potential travel plans by members of Congress. In general, we regularly provide briefings to members of Congress who are considering travel to the region, and Congress is an independent and co-equal branch of the U.S. government, and members make their own decisions about their travel plans. So I'm just going to leave that at that for now.
All right, next up we have Patrick Cronin from Hudson Institute, your former colleague, who asks, how has Indonesia adapted to AUKUS, and what else can be done to ensure that the AUKUS defense partnership can strengthen Indonesian and other ASEAN member security concerns?
So I don't want to characterize private discussions with Indonesian counterparts of this. Patrick and Greg, you probably have a number of conversations about this, so I'd be interested in your view on this question as well. My general sense, again, without maybe responding specifically to the Indonesia question, is that much of the region is understanding and welcoming of the deterrent capabilities that the AUKUS initiative is going to provide, both in terms of the conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarine that the effort is working to help Australia acquire, as well as some of the advanced capabilities that the trilateral partnership is working to develop. So I know there's been a lot of questions, and as the trilateral partnership develops, I think there'll be more opportunities for more transparency about exactly what is underway. Although it feels like AUKUS has been with us for a very long time, we are only 9 months into the announcement of this effort. We are 9 months into an 18-month consultation period, only halfway through on the question of the submarine development. So a lot of the initial work is underway, and I think as that starts to congeal and there's a clearer way forward, the opportunity for transparency will certainly occur, and at that point, I think it'll be a good time to do consultations with partners throughout the region to help them better understand exactly what's underway, but to the extent that the overall purpose of it is to contribute to regional security, I think we've heard broad support for that.
And I'm sure Johannes has ideas about Indonesia, but my sense is that if you compare the reaction to AUKUS to the reaction to the Darwin Marine deployment a decade ago, it's a sign of just how much more worried Jakarta is about Beijing and how much closer they are to Washington, that the response has been relatively even-handed thus far. Anthony?
Thanks, Anthony Nelson, Albright Stonebridge. Hi, Eli. One of the countries that we didn't touch on in Greg's kind of whirlwind tour of the region is Thailand. And I'm just curious to hear in more detail from you. You know, we talked about the resurgence in the U.S.-Philippine alliance. Do you feel like there's some similar momentum in Thailand back towards interest in the U.S. partnership? And how does the future of that alliance fit in amid these increased kind of focus on partners like Vietnam and Singapore?
Yeah, well, thanks for the question. I absolutely do. I mean, again, we went out with the secretary to Shangri-La and had, secretary's time is very precious. We had one stop to make before or after on the way out, and he was very determined that we go to Thailand. And I think we do see, again, to the question regarding Indonesia, we understand the economic and historical and geographic circumstances that govern Thailand's relationship with the PRC, and but we also see a country in Thailand that very much values the U.S. alliance from a capabilities perspective. As I mentioned, we are going to be starting a new working group set of discussions on reciprocal access, which is, I think, very interesting and important as we're looking to diversify our access and posture around the region. And we've just had a large infusion of resources to support more military education between the United States and Thailand, which we think has been a really important part of the foundation of our relationship. So absolutely, and have seen a number of senior U.S. officials traveling to Thailand as well. So it is an important part of that constellation, and I think we do see sort of very good forward momentum in the alliance.
All right, I think we have time for one more question coming in from online. Let's see, Michael Kasich, I apologize for the last name if I butchered it, from Stephen F. Austin State University asks, it seems to me that the PRC has been engaged in this behavior since 2014 and earlier. This seems at least as much of a challenge to the rules-based order as unsafe intercepts or preventing resupply. How different or how much of an intensification is really occurring, or is this more a function of a belated recognition on the part of the U.S. government?
So this phenomenon that I was describing today is new. You know, we have seen, to go back to, again, many of us have been tracking the South China Sea issue for a decade now. We have seen, obviously, episodic instances of coercion and harassment, particularly by the Coast Guard, the Maritime militia, at times the PLA Navy, but much less so. Of course, we saw the dredging and the militarization of the islands, but what we had not seen is direct, aggressive, unsafe behavior by the PLA against foreign military forces to the degree that it's happening now. So if you look at the data, and I'm working to declassify this data, and it will be very useful for people to understand what the trends look like and have this not be sort of an abstraction when described. But when you look at the data of unsafe PLA intercepts, it looks like this. It is an absolute ramp upwards starting about 5 years ago and growing by orders of magnitude over the years, to the extent now that, again, looks like a pattern and a policy and not just a decision by an individual pilot. And the types of things that they are doing, this cannot be overemphasized, are incredibly dangerous. Engaging in, again, releasing things into the air that are potentially disrupting the engine and the safety of planes that are flying, getting extremely close to U.S. and allied aircraft, performing other types of operations in and around those aircraft that are incredibly unsafe. And that phenomenon at the scale that is happening right now is really new and really worrisome, and it ought to worry folks in the region too. And to the extent that the United States is very focused on maintaining the rules-based order, maintaining the status quo as we understand it in the South China Sea and elsewhere in the region, what we see now is a military in the PLA trying to change the status quo through military intimidation and force, not just economic coercion, not just diplomatic coercion, not just Whitehalls and maritime militia, but actually using the PLA Air Force in these dangerous activities. And frankly, the PLA Navy is probably not far behind, though we haven't seen it, to the question, we haven't seen a similar trend on the water yet, but my suspicion would be that's coming. So this is something that I think everyone in the world, everyone in the region has an interest in putting a stop to absolutely as quick as we can.
Well, thank you so much, Eli. We're going to have to put a stop to this session here because Eli has other important things to do today, but we're going to come back after about a 10-minute break for our third panel on partnership and posture. In the meantime, please join me in thanking Dr. Eli Ratner.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this next panel in today's conference on the South China Sea. And in this session, we're going to be addressing the question of partnerships and force posture in the region and its bearing on the situation in the region. I'm Chris Johnstone. I'm Senior Advisor and Japan Chair here at CSIS, and it's really a great pleasure to be with all of you. Tough act to follow ASD Ratner, but I think we've got a terrific panel that will more than meet the match. So in this discussion, we'll explore strategies and approaches for opposing coercion and defending maritime rights in the South China Sea. This is, of course, a central issue with relevance for elsewhere in the region and beyond. In a gray zone environment where a potential adversary seeks to achieve its objectives through coercive tools that fall below the threshold of military force, what deterrent strategies are most effective in protecting sovereign maritime resources? What capabilities are most useful in pursuing these strategies? And how can countries in the region, including the Southeast Asian claimant states themselves, better partner together to oppose the coercion that we see in the South China Sea? To help us explore these and other questions, we really do have a terrific panel that will provide perspectives from really across the region. And I'll briefly introduce them here. To my left, immediate left, is Dr. Charmaine Willoughby. She's an Associate Professor of International Studies at De La Salle University in Manila, where she specializes in U.S. Southeast Asian relations, as well as regional architecture. She is also a senior editor for the academic journal Asian Politics and Policy. To her left is Masashi Murano, who is a Japan Chair Fellow at the Hudson Institute here in Washington. His research areas include U.S.-Japan defense cooperation and nuclear conventional deterrence analysis. Prior to joining Hudson, he was a fellow at the Okazaki Institute, a well-known Tokyo-based think tank. And then on my far left is Hunter Stiers. He's the project director of the U.S. Naval Institute's Maritime Counterinsurgency Project. He is also a fellow with the U.S. Naval War College's John B. Hattendorf Center for Maritime Historical Research, and a non-resident fellow with the Navy League's Center for Maritime Strategy. So really a terrific group to get into this set of issues. And I'll invite each of them to offer some remarks in turn. I'll ask a few questions from here, and then we'll throw it open to both our in-person audience and then our vast audience that's online. So with that, Dr. Willoughby.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to everybody. Good day to everybody in the online platform. It's an honor to be back here at CSIS, and I'm here to talk about the Philippine-U.S. alliance. I've prepared some remarks, but I hope that these remarks will jumpstart our conversations in the Q&A. So let me begin by pointing out that the Balikatan and the Salaknib exercises were held very, very successfully earlier this year, and they continue to be a testament to the long-standing alliance between the Philippines and the United States. But despite this, there were, again, calls to abrogate the Visiting Forces Agreement and the Enhanced Defense Cooperation Agreement. Filipino lawmakers argue for the VFA's termination following abuses of U.S. military personnel against women, children, and the LGBT community on Philippine soil. At the same time, they argue for the repeal of EDCA based on the protection of the Philippines' national sovereignty. They likewise call for an investigation on the use of unmanned aircraft systems. Now, the Philippines Mutual Defense Treaty with the United States is one of the most important treaties that both parties entered into in the immediate aftermath of the Second World War. given its 70 years of existence. Calls for its review are completely well within the bounds of reason. Today's realities, after all, are no longer the same dynamics as when the alliance was formed. However, if the main purpose of reviewing the alliance were to exact more obligations from the United States, then this may not be the best option for the Philippines. Reviewing the MDT is one thing, but revising it simply to bind the United States even more to the defense of the Philippines may be counterproductive. In fact, the Philippines benefits more from the status quo, so revising the core treaty and adjunct agreements may actually prove to be detrimental to us, Filipinos. So in this view, I argue that a revision of the MDT is counterproductive for several reasons. First, commitments and obligations by both parties are already covered by existing international laws, such as the law on treaties and the law on the use of force. Both already suffice in protecting the Philippines and obligating the parties to the treaty to abide by its provisions. Second, the more that the Philippines insists on reviewing for the sake of revising the MDT, the more that the very slow pace of the Philippine military's modernization is unveiled. In other words, unless the Philippines is prepared to be called out on the crucial role of balanced burden sharing in an alliance, it should, in the meantime, take advantage of the MDT to build a minimum credible defense posture and continuously recommit to the values and objectives of the treaty. The latter is a performative role best advanced by the Philippines diplomatic corps. Instead of revising the MDT right now, the Philippines should instead review its own treaty obligations. A more introspective stance is needed at this time. And here I identify 4 ways forward. First, as alliances are threat-centric, the Philippines needs to proceed with its military modernization efforts at the soonest time possible. The ability to address security threats from a military standpoint is foundational in the maintenance and perpetuation of the alliance. So it is incumbent upon the Philippines to ensure that it can fully fulfill its treaty obligations on this score. At present, modernization efforts only account for 1.1% of our GDP. This needs to increase at least until the Philippines achieves a minimal credible defense posture. Second, alongside the Philippine military's modernization efforts, there must likewise be parallel initiatives to strengthen the country's domestic structures, not least to guarantee policy oversight. Right-sizing is the word that President Marcos used in his first State of the Nation address yesterday. This includes revising the National Defense Act and restructuring the armed forces of the Philippines. This is also a mechanism to minimize the externalities that inevitably arise from domestic and international politics. Consistent diplomatic efforts abroad can only be achieved by sound policies crafted domestically. This is precisely why the new Marcos administration needs to step up talks to flesh out EDCA. This was understandably set aside with former President Duterte's personal sentiments against the United States and the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. But now that we're entering the recovery phase with a new administration, it is high time for EDCA's implementation. So far, construction on only 1 out of 5 locations previously identified by the military has been done. The implementation of EDCA is critical in operationalizing the Mutual Defense Treaty and the Visiting Forces Agreement. Third, assuming that the military's modernization efforts are proceeding as planned and that the necessary upgrades in the Philippines' domestic structures are achieved, the next logical step is that the country becomes an encouraging recipient of investments. Again, going back to President Marcos's State of the Nation address yesterday, he listed down economic targets. And these are very good economic targets, but the devil is always in the details. It's always in regard to the implementation of these targets that the administration will be measured against. A boost in investments, particularly in national defense, can address the asymmetric burden sharing that seems to be present to be the present norm in the Philippine-US alliance. This lends credence to the claim that there are economic aspects to the alliance, and the recently announced Indo-Pacific Economic Framework can be a useful platform for strengthening investment, trade, and commercial ties between the two countries. Finally, with a legal, military, and diplomatic review of the Philippines' obligations under the MDT, the country will be in a better position to engage not just the United States, but also other partners and potential partners in the international arena. The Philippines will likewise be in a better position to support regional initiatives to address China's gray zone tactics. This dovetails neatly with the Philippines' intent to diversify its international relations. In closing, a self-review, instead of a review of the MDT itself, ultimately reveals the viability of the Philippines as a partner in international relations. Reviewing and revising only the text of the treaty in the hopes of extracting more obligations from the United States will be counterproductive because it will not address the root of the problem in the long run. Calls for a review of the Philippine-US alliance for the sake of national defense should indeed be a time to reevaluate our own capabilities, our own capacities, and our own contributions. National defense, after all, is a national responsibility. I'll end here, and I look forward to our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. That was terrific and thought-provoking. Morano-san.
At first, thank you very much for the CSIS to invite me here, and I'm actually really happy to they came back to here in person format. Today, I'm having been asked to talk about the Japan's force posture and the partnerships in these regions, and those of you who are interested in the Japanese defense policy knows that the Japanese government will be reviewing its national security strategy and national defense program guideline. It's a kind of equivalent document of the U.S. national defense strategy, and their procurement plan, midterms defense plans, to reviewing of this year. And these review will include the discussions on the defense spending increases and the modality of Japan's own long-range strike capability issues. So it will be the most significant strategy review in the several years. So by the way, have you ever heard of the exclusively defense-oriented policy, or the senshuboi in Japanese? The exclusively defense-oriented policy is one of the bases of the Japan's defense policy strategy. It is not unusual for the military authorities to adopt a defensive stance as their declaratory policy. So we are not living in the George Orwell's dystopia. So, but we call the government agency in charge of the military, it's called the Ministry or Department of Defense, not the Ministry of War. So furthermore, the military is not called the Japanese Army, Navy, the Air Forces, but so-called the Japanese Self-Defense Forces. But that is not a main topic of today's discussion. Having said that, it is a fact that Japan's defense policy has imposed self-regulation, not only their declaratory policy, but also its force posture. For example, that the designing of the Japanese self-defense forces has been significantly limited Japan's power projection capabilities. For example, the air self-defense forces does not have escort electric jammers that are required for deep air strike campaigns. Additionally, the number of the aerial refueling tankers is very limited. Similarly, the Japanese ground self-defense forces does not have the ground-based long-range strike missiles. So it's the longest range land-based missiles, the Type 12, the surface-to-ship missiles, has a range of only about 200 kilometers. So until now, Japan has focused on improving its defense capabilities by intentionally distinguish between the offensive and defensive weapons. So one typical example is the ballistic missile defense. Japan's defense system is very sophisticated, but however, Japan's security challenges are beyond the scope of the missile defense alone. So its interceptor capacity is extremely limited. And also that Japan's missile defense system was built to specifically deal with the North Korean ballistic missile threats. However, as we know, that the North Korea's theater-range ballistic missiles has significantly upgraded in the quantity and the quantity over the past 10 years. For instance, new solid fuel short and medium range ballistic missiles, and also the maneuverable ballistic warhead, and further upgrading its simultaneous launch capabilities. And in addition, North Korea has begun testing the hypersonic glide vehicles. So all these efforts to break through the missile defense of the US forces, and also even in Japan's and South Korea, will put more burden on the missile defense capacity. Furthermore, the Standard Missile 3, the SM-3, is a very expensive interceptor that costs more than $20 million per shot. So, and the SM-3 Block 2A, it's the latest variant with the widest interception range, that costs $40 million per shot. So therefore, introducing enough interceptors capable of preventing whole of North Korean medium-range ballistic missiles would impose that extremely heavy cost on our missile defense capacity. So in addition, if Japan tried to build our air and missile defense architecture that relies solely on the defensive capabilities to counter China, so it will face the greater shortage of the interceptor capacities. According to the US DoD, that China has more than the 1,300 theater-range ground-based missiles. And in addition, it is expected that they also have more than 700 load mobile missile launchers. Furthermore, the Chinese, the bombers and the destroyers are also capable of launching cruise missiles. And as we know, that unlike ballistic missile defense, the early warning for the cruise missile defense for all directions is necessary. So this imposes significant cost on the defender's side. So if the missiles are fired repeatedly, and the Japan self-defense forces and forward deployed US forces would soon exhaust the interceptor magazine capacities. So, and one overlooked aspect is that most of the Japan's missile defense posture relies on the sea-based Aegis BMD systems. So this puts pressure on the maritime self-defense forces' operational demands and constraint the potential deployment areas of the limited number of the maritime self-defense forces fleet. And several years ago, Japan considered to deploying Aegis ashore to the mitigating of this the shortage problem of maritime self-defense forces. But Aegis ashore deployment plan was politically deadlocked. And so that in recent years, Japan's maritime self-defense forces vessels have occasionally conducted the presence operations and joint exercise with the United States and the Southeast Asian partners countries in the South, including the South China Sea. However, these operations can only be done in the peacetime. So, and in the situation where we are preparing for the more higher end the conflict, like some contingencies at the Taiwan Strait, so Japan would not be able to afford to deploy these maritime self-defense forces fleet to the South China Sea. So if Japan reconsiders its exclusively defense-oriented policy and seeks to possess some long-range strike capabilities, the designing of its capability and the overall operational concepts are critical. And in other words, no matter how much the defense budget increases, the long-range strike posture that Japan intended to must be operationally balanced with the missile defense, the fleet posture it's potentially operated in the South China Sea, and so on. So now that time's a little bit running, so I will stop here. So that I would like to happy to some more detail, asking about the Q&A session. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thanks, Murano-san. I appreciate that overview very much. And now let's turn to Hunter Stiers. I think you're going to be using a slide deck. Am I right? Yeah. Okay, we're all set.
Is this on? Yes, it is. Thank you very much for having me. It is such a privilege to be here. I really feel like, having as was expressed earlier, I would echo the sentiment that having attended these for many years, I feel like now to be on the stage, I truly have arrived. Very exciting. It is a privilege to be here to speak to you today about an exciting new initiative that has been launched by the U.S. Naval Institute that seeks to mobilize the intellectual capital of our leading maritime strategists to begin thinking through the challenge of China's maritime insurgency against the rule of international law and the freedom of the sea in the South China Sea. First, a quick overview of the project itself, and then I'll delve into some of the underlying thinking behind this concept. So we received a visionary grant from the Carnegie Corporation of New York. We are bringing together truly the world's preeminent minds in maritime strategy to examine this emerging strategic concept and deeply understand and develop in the open and in real time, in a way that you really don't see very often or every day, how the United States and its allies can most effectively implement this new approach. And the project launch is the July issue of the U.S. Naval Institute Proceedings, which is the professional journal of the U.S. Navy, Marine Corps, and Coast Guard. I've got a few hard copies if people here in the room are interested, and I'll show the URL on the next slide. Just a quick, to highlight a couple of the people we have who are contributing. I mean, the authors we have are truly world class. We have James Holmes, who is the author of Red Star Over the Pacific. Like the go-to canonical work on Chinese maritime strategy in the Western Pacific. We have Jeffrey Till, who is one of the preeminent maritime strategic theorists of our time. Brian Clark, someone who the U.S. Navy turns to every time they're trying to figure out what their future force structure needs to look like. We've got Peter Swartz, the architect of the 1980s maritime strategy. He'll be his article will be coming out soon. Brent Sadler, who in uniform, he played a key role in defining what the pivot to Asia would look like under the Obama administration. And I would also highlight that this month we have Captain Josh Taylor of the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command J5, who will be putting forward in the August issue of Proceedings a campaign plan for how the U.S. and its allies can begin implementation of maritime counterinsurgency with existing assets. URL, very simple, usni.org/maritimecoin. Check it out. So diving into the concept itself and the underlying thinking. When we think about China, what tends to grab the headlines, what tends to get the most attentions are a couple of big ticket items. We hear a lot about China's development of anti-Axis and area denial weaponry, and we hear a lot about the development and the expansion of the People's Liberation Army Navy, particularly capital ships like carriers, cruisers, and destroyers. What does not get nearly the same level of attention or nearly the attention that it deserves is China's forcible coercion of local civilian mariners. It bears repeating, as Greg has written in his excellent article on eliminating the South China Sea's dark fishing fleets from a couple of years ago, fully half the world's fishing fleet operates in the South China Sea. More than 3.7 million people depend on access to this body of water for their daily livelihoods. And these civilian mariners are being subjected to a concerted campaign of intimidation and harassment. Chinese maritime law enforcement and China Coast Guard and maritime militia forces will steal fishermen's catch. They will confiscate radios and navigational equipment that are essential for the operation of small craft in this very congested and expansive waterway. It has been well documented that Chinese forces, this was published by the Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative, that Chinese forces had instituted for at least 10 years a regularized system of kidnapping Vietnamese fishermen for ransom. Chinese forces will pour gasoline into the drinking water supply of Vietnamese fishermen to force them to return to shore. And let's not forget that they ram and they sink people too. They will fire on civilian vessels with lethal and less lethal weaponry. It's really hard when you say all these things out loud not to come to the conclusion that this is a form of state piracy. Really, in many respects, the Barbary pirates is perhaps one of the more appropriate historical analogies to China's pattern of behavior here. So what's going on here? I think it's helpful to break down the conflict into kind of a prime factorization of what's really at stake. And what we are seeing play out in the South China Sea is a contest between two radically divergent visions of how maritime sovereignty should be adjudicated in the maritime domain. On the one hand, you have the free and open vision that is codified in the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea based on the principle of the freedom of the sea, this long-standing principle in international jurisprudence and a foundational U.S. national interest. On the other side, you have a closed, hierarchical and sinocentric vision of maritime sovereignty, this very continental vision that China espouses, which I think is really well summed up in this phrase that they use to describe their maritime claims of blue national soil. I'm going to be hitting up the panels from earlier in the day for their maps, but I think this map from The Economist, I do like this one because it illustrates the fundamental conflict that's going on here. You see in the light blue dotted lines, this is how the South China Sea would be more or less apportioned if UNCLOS were applied. 200 nautical miles, based on everybody's established landward holdings. It is the principle that no one owns the ocean, and whatever rights countries get is based on what they own on land. And in red, you can see China's outlandish 9-line claim, which is essentially espousing the notion that, again, coming back to that phrase of blue national soil, that they are advancing the notion that you can effectively claim distant ocean areas as if they were land, disconnected from landward holdings, and essentially that you can fence off a patch of ocean, stick a flag in it, and claim it even though it's nowhere near you. It bears repeating that the southern end of the 9-line is more than 1,000 nautical miles from the southernmost coast of China. So, as you can see, China is looking to disenfranchise its weaker neighbors from their rightful exclusive economic zones. So, continuing on this notion of these two contesting legal regimes, a certain logic, this lends itself to a certain logical sequence. So if we're having a disagreement about who governs in a given area or among a given group of people, this very large civilian maritime population that plies its trade on the South China Sea, what we're really having a disagreement about is whose laws are enforced. Because ultimately, the way that we translate political will into action is through law. So you're having a disagreement about who governs. You're really having a disagreement about whose laws are enforced. What does it mean for a law to be enforced? It means that it has to be accepted and, most importantly, adhered to in practice by the civilian population that it aspires to govern. So you're having a disagreement about who governs, you're really having a disagreement about whose laws are enforced, and at the end of the day, it's going to come down to whose laws do the civilians follow. This is both a metric of success as well as an actual mechanism of victory. There's generally, speaking, two approaches to waging a battle of legal regimes of this type. There's the sequential way and the cumulative way. The sequential way we generally refer to as conventional warfare. Basically, you have these two sides, they get out their conventional militaries, they have a force-on-force confrontation, and then the winner of that confrontation, after the battle is over, will sequentially impose its laws on the civilian population in question. Now, if one of those two belligerents decides, actually, I don't really want to have that kind of conventional stand-up force-on-force fight, then they have the option of declining battle. And they can say, I'm going to ignore the conventional military forces of my opponent, or perhaps the defenders of the incumbent order, and I'm simply going to focus all of my efforts on simply imposing my laws and my political will on the civilian population in question right now, cumulatively and coercively. We have a term for this. It's an insurgency. So a couple of key dynamics at work here. If the decisive question is whose laws do the civilians follow, then ultimately, it is the behavior and the decision-making of the civilian population in question that ultimately decides the outcome. So when we are thinking about these kinds of interactions, it's not the actions taken by each side and each side's military forces against each other matter a whole lot less than the actions the belligerents take with respect to the civilian populations in question. And the Chinese understand this. And this is why they're placing such great emphasis on enforcing, as was said in the previous panel, on enforcing their own domestic laws on the civilian populations who spend more time than anyone else in the places that China wants to make its own. I think this is a really useful illustration of this. Here in the foreground, you have a traditional Filipino fishing vessel, and you see this big, scary China Coast Guard ship with the water cannon on. And I like to point out, note the empty horizon. If no one is coming to save you, and this is your day-to-day reality, at the end of the day, whose laws do you follow? This is a really, really difficult choice. So China is clearly waging this maritime insurgency in the South China Sea. It makes a lot of sense for them. This is China synthesizing the two major figures in its strategic canon. You've got Sun Tzu, whose primary precept is that the height of strategy, the height of skill in strategy is to win without fighting. And they are synthesizing that with Mao Zedong, who wrote the book on revolutionary warfare, guerrilla warfare, how to wage an insurgency. They are synthesizing these two approaches, and they apply them to the maritime domain. Now, occasionally in the United States, people say, well, wait a minute, we usually use the term insurgent to talk about non-state actors. Can a state be a state, much less, let alone the second largest economy in the world? Can a state be an insurgent too? And the answer is absolutely. The strategic logic of insurgency and counterinsurgency genuinely does not care about who employs that logic. And it does not depend on the identity of the groups that do. We have numerous examples from history of states acting as insurgents. Our colleagues from Vietnam are probably more qualified than anyone else to speak about this, because you look at in the Vietnam conflict, the Viet Cong, it bears repeating, was the lead element of the North Vietnamese army in an international invasion of South Vietnam. So we've seen this before. Iran is another really good example of a state that is using its military forces to act as insurgents, as an instrument of international policy and foreign policy. There's a number of different ways that people can interpret the insurgency and counterinsurgency model in its application to the South China Sea, just within the project. There's just three of them here, that China is waging a maritime insurgency against the prevailing international legal regime of the freedom of the sea as codified in the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, with the defender being, and the underwriter being the United States and its maritime allies and partners. You could also interpret the kind of who's who in this particular model and relationship as the defenders of the Southeast Asian coastal states themselves, and trying to maintain sovereignty over the EEZ. And then there's even the strategic level view, which is that China is effectively waging more broadly speaking, an insurgency against the rules-based international order itself. The point here is that just because a country is a first-class military power doesn't mean it always has to act like one. So why does this matter? For starters, the U.S. is an island power. And we and many of our partners are either island powers or we are peninsular powers. We are key stakeholders in a maritime order. And U.S. and allied and partner security depends on the continuance of the freedom of the sea in order to assure, in particular for the United States, to assure commercial and military access to the overwhelming majority of the world's population, which in the case of the United States lives outside of North America. If you're trying to get to anywhere in Eurasia or anywhere that isn't North America, you got to go on or over the water. So if China is successful in undoing the freedom of the sea, and they are successful simultaneously in shifting trade patterns ashore to the continental interior of Eurasia via its One Belt, One Road initiative. What effectively China is trying to make happen here is they're trying to create a Eurasian African continental system dominated by China. This is what Napoleon tried and failed to do to Britain during the Napoleonic Wars. Britain had an overseas empire they could continue to trade with even when they were cut off from trade with the continent. We wouldn't have that option. This is the overwhelming majority of humanity that we're talking about. And if they're successful, everybody who's left on the outside looking in has three choices. They can submit to Chinese dictates, they can go to war to reverse the situation, or they will be left to wither on the world's economic and geopolitical periphery. We have to understand that China is waging a dual-track strategy. Yes, they are absolutely preparing to fight a state-on-state war if it comes to that, and at the same time they are working overtime to win without fighting through their maritime insurgency in the South China Sea today. The United States and its allies do not have the luxury of choosing their preferred threat. That we must counter both of these Chinese lines of effort, or we are going to face this really dire outcome, because they can prevail either way. And so, really, if we do not figure out how to solve China's maritime insurgency now, and if we can not effectively address it below the threshold of armed conflict, then all this concern that happens in Washington and the Pentagon about, what a future war with China looks like, it's all for naught. All those high-end, the vaunted lethality that we invested will be not useful because there won't be a war, because they will win and we will lose with nary a shot being fired. So I'm going to leave it here on this slide of sort of some of the key principles of what a maritime counterinsurgency strategy ought to look like, as a number of our authors are talking about in the July issue of Proceedings and with additional articles coming down on the way. The key objective here needs to be that the U.S. and its allies need to find an economically sustainable way to protect local civilian mariners as they seek to exercise their rights under the system of international law that we and our allies and partners want to see enforced. As Professor Holmes writes in the July issue, we need to be conceptualizing our operations looking through the eyes of Vietnamese and Filipino fishermen as they go about their business. What will embolden them? What will protect and empower them? So we have a lot of great thinking about this, figuring out how do you add effectively a persistent low-end presence to complement the current model of periodic high-end presence. And we know how this can work because we've actually done a successful prototype of this in the West Capella incident in 2020. And with that, but why don't we go into that in the Q&A? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Hunter, for a provocative presentation. Appreciate that, and we'll, I'm sure, dig into it a bit in the Q&A. Let me kick off, if I could, with some questions. Charmaine, maybe I'll start with you. You set out, I think, a very interesting portrayal of the proper focus of the Philippines in dealing with its defense needs, making the case that a focus on the MDT and revising the MDT is a distraction, not a useful enterprise. I wonder if you could say a bit more about what you see as a useful U.S.-Philippines alliance agenda. Dr. Ratner talked about developing new defense guidelines. He talked about working with partners on asymmetric capabilities. Just wonder if you could say a little bit more about, if we're setting aside the MDT, what do you think is the most useful focus in the U.S.-Philippines alliance context? And then secondly, in your fourth area of focus that you recommended, engaging other partners was what you cited. I wonder if you could say more about what partners in particular ought to be priorities for the Philippines to engage. In particular, I'm thinking about Japan, but also other partners in ASEAN. Thanks.
Thanks for those questions. Regarding the first one, I think the U.S. has actually been very good in reframing the alliance as more than just a military cooperation. So yes, indeed, there are other areas that the two countries can focus on, beginning with information campaigns, how to deal with very, very massive, very vast misinformation and disinformation campaigns, particularly happening in the Philippines. Regarding your second question about partners, my colleagues and I have done a study on perceptions of the Filipino strategic community, and we asked them who their preferred partners are. The most interesting finding, I think, is that despite the Duterte administration's pivot to China policy, most Filipino members of this Filipino strategic community thought that China is way down on the list of their preferred partners. They instead preferred partnering with or boosting their relations with Australia, with Japan, and with the United States. Russia and China are way down in the priority list. So, given these findings, and also given the fact that the current Marcos administration is very much interested in boosting its partnerships and in the country's international relations, it then becomes very, very critical that the Philippines leverage these partners, and it's also a way of squaring the circle, so to speak, connecting with the spokes and not just with the hub.
That's great, thanks. Masashi, let me ask you a question to sort of draw you out a bit in terms of thinking about Japan, Japan's contributions in the South China Sea as Japan thinks about its own defense modernization efforts. Japan has been dealing with maritime coercion, or attempted maritime coercion, in the East China Sea and around the Senkaku Islands for more than a decade at this point. For the most part, it's out of the news, but we know that on a regular basis, Chinese vessels are intruding into Japan's territorial waters around those islands and otherwise putting pressure on the area. Are there lessons that you would draw from the way that Japan has managed that pressure from China that you think would have useful application in the South China Sea and the pressures that Southeast Asian claimants are dealing with? Is there anything from a deterrence or a sort of a conflict management perspective that you think it's worth calling attention to that our friends in Southeast Asia might be able to learn from? Thanks.
Thank you very much for the questions. This is one of the typical argument of how to compare with the situational similarity and the differences of the case of Southeast China Sea, Japan we're facing, and the South China Sea issues. And one thing I can say that one of the major differences of the case of the East China Sea and the South China Sea, basically that the Chinese, not only some PLA, but also the paramilitary, their forces are trying to going to be more aggressive behavior to making some fait accompli attempt or creating some new normal. But the result of the slightly different because of one of major differences, as you know, that the Japanese Maritime, Coast Guard, Japanese Coast Guard is the relatively the higher capabilities and compared to some other Southeast Asian Maritime Coast Guard as well as those paramilitary the forces. So those differences of the capabilities and the capacity is directly affect on the how much Chinese, the paramilitaries and the PLA going to be more aggressive or relatively lesser aggressive on the East China Sea and South China Sea. So in the case, as we know that the Japanese government has provided some kind of support of their training, and sometimes providing some maritime vessels and surveillance to training of the surveillance capabilities, so on. So, as a describing of that your research of that we are needed to focus on the more gray zone level or the pre-conventional conflict level confrontations to deal with that. So one of major the simple way to deal with those kind of issues to expanding our conventional or the law enforcement the capabilities in these several countries, but problem is that our countries are facing all the resource constraint issues. So in that reason, the problem is that how to deal with one of the difficult points is how to deal with those kind of resource constraint, resource constraint situations. So one of solutions or the strengthening our partnerships. For instance, a couple of months ago, that U.S. Navy's unmanned the MQ-9, the squadron, has started on the testing deployment of the one of the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Forces, the air stations, to support their operations. Those kind of the corporations to expanding the role of not only the conventional warfighting, preparation of the not conventional warfighting, but also to expanding their cooperation with the maritime law enforcement to providing their support to the not only the military to military level, but also the law enforcement forces. That is one of the important points. So, but to do that, we need to upgrade in the interoperability of those kind of forces. So that is one of the key elements how Japan can support to the Southeast Asian countries.
Great, thank you. It's certainly my hope that as Japan considers new investments in defense this fall, that thinking about increased resources for security assistance in the region, I hope that's also part of the consideration. Hunter, briefly to you, because I also want to open up this to the floor and to our online audience. A provocative presentation setting out a maritime counterinsurgency strategy. I wonder if you could provide us with any sort of examples of sort of tactics, approaches in the execution of this strategy that you've seen that would be sort of useful for painting more of a picture for the audience of what you have in mind.
Sure, thank you very much. And I think that segues into, I do have some slides on the West Capella standoff, if that would be of interest, if we could bring up the slides one more time. There we go. Okay, so just to briefly discuss a bit the successful prototype of the maritime counterinsurgency approach. I think that it's useful to look at the West Capella standoff between April and May, April to July of 2020. So during this period of time, okay. Prototype implementation. So you have this. So the situation is that you have. So the West Capella is a Malaysian chartered oil and gas survey ship that's going out and it's conducting a survey in Malaysia's recognized exclusive economic zone inside China's ludicrous claim to the 9-dash line, which has been since invalidated by the PCA. But as was pointed out, very well in this morning, China is very much continuing to working to implement the 9-dash line in practice, even if occasionally their legal notes might diverge from that to try to find something else that they can get something that looks pretty well close to it. So Malaysia is undertaking this hydrocarbon survey, and in response, China decides to really ramp up the pressure on them. They send their own survey ship. They send a full-on task force of PLA Navy, China Coast Guard, and maritime militia forces to come and start harassing the West Capella and its supporting vessels, and undertaking this very aggressive survey of its own in close proximity to the West Capella. And so there's a lot of concern during this period of time that the Malaysians are going to basically back off from the survey and stop doing what they're doing. And so in response, the U.S. 7th Fleet, and in particular Task Force 76, so commanded respectively by Vice Admiral Bill Merz and Rear Admiral Fred Kacher, they come up with a highly interesting response that departs from the usual playbook. And then they back this up with public pronouncements and public statements from both of them, plus Admiral Aquilino at Pearl Harbor. So the first stage of this is you have the USS America, so the centerpiece of Task Force 76, capable of carrying the F-35B, is supported by the cruiser Bunker Hill, as well as the Australian frigate HMAS Parramatta. They are the first ones to come in and essentially on the higher end of the capability spectrum. They're not all the way up in terms of the carriers. It happens to be that the two carriers at the time are down with COVID. And so this is the key unit of maneuver that the 7th Fleet has available. So they show up, and what is quite interesting is a departure from the usual practice is that unlike the standard model of freedom of navigation operations, where we take one of our fancy surface combatants and we drive through and we feel really cool, the disputed area, and then we drive away. The problem with the traditional model of freedom of navigation operations is that it does not meaningfully impact civilian behavior. We drive through. The Chinese follow us through. As soon as we're back over the horizon, they stop whatever they were doing for the 2 seconds that we're right there, and they're like, all right, back to business. We're in charge, and we're coercing all of you. No meaningful impact on civilian behavior. So here, the capital ships show up, and they dwell. They stick around for as long as they feasibly can. It's something under a week, to really establish this presence. And initially, there's some maybe some aspects of the implementation where there's some ruffled feathers when they initially rotate out because capital ships are busy, they have other things to do. There's initially some arm waving and like, oh my goodness, the Americans came in, they sailed through and they sailed away. Here we go again. But then what gets really interesting is that what assigned to Admiral Kacher's force are the two littoral combat ships. So these two lighter Corvette-style warships that are forward deployed to Singapore at this time. And so once they've established this kind of high-end presence, what do they start to do? They start bringing in the LCSs to essentially extend that U.S. presence in the vicinity of the West Capella. And then we put up the helicopter, we take pictures of this, and we put it on the internet. And we make consistently very clear through our public statements that we are here to support Malaysia in its lawful exercise of its economic rights in its rightful exclusive economic zone. And the Chinese response is really interesting. The Chinese actually kind of de-escalate. And in their public messaging, they're like, yeah, the situation in the South China Sea, there's no standoff. The situation is improving. And as Brent Sadler talks about in his article, because initially the commentators are like, oh, here we go again. And, what happened? Was this a win? What's really interesting is in his article, he says we need to look at the effects. That over the next year, Indonesia undertakes a large-scale exercise in the South China Sea. Malaysia starts lodging diplomatic protests, and the Philippines ultimately does a complete 180 on its overall posture towards the South China Sea under the Duterte administration, which is really something. And most importantly, the West Capella sticks around through the whole thing, and they finished the work that they came there to do. And then the next year, they were back out there continuing their survey. So getting back to civilian behavior being the decisive metric and the decisive mechanism of victory, this was a win. The good guys won this one. The bad guys lost. The Malaysians were able to get out there and do what they planned to do. So this is a really good kind of prototype of, with forces in hand, of what a maritime counterinsurgency strategy can look like. And it's also just worth mentioning that, as an epilogue to the West Capella episode, there was a subsequent, episode where essentially the Chinese sent another of their survey ships into the Vietnamese EEZ. And it looks like that they are about to undertake a survey in Vietnam's EEZ. And so what happens? Vietnamese Coast Guard responds, and then here comes the littoral combat ship Gabrielle Giffords. And these guys persist, and they stick close to this Chinese survey ship, and ultimately the Chinese ship goes home without undertaking the survey. So really interesting kind of prototypes of this approach in operation, and something that we can look to learn from and build upon as we seek to figure out what this looks like going forward.
Thanks, Hunter. It's an interesting case study to look at. I was in OSD at the time in our Southeast Asia office, and it's interesting because in the moment, the sense was that this had not gone well for the United States because of the very public criticism that Malaysia offered at the time. But you made interesting case that over time it did have a positive effect. So thank you for that. We're very short on time, so there are two folks standing up to ask questions. I'll ask you to both of you raise your question, and we'll collect them together and then have the panelists answer, and then we'll have to wrap up. So go ahead, please.
Thank you so much. I'm Lan Nguyen from the Diplomatic Academy of Vietnam. I have one comment and one question for Hunter Stir. The first begin with the comment. Thank you very much for drawing a very broad picture, strategic picture on the insurgents activities of China toward the rules-based order and how dangerous it is if we keep it happen. However, one note that perhaps the insurgent concept may not precisely apply for North Vietnam because of the historical context. At that time, due to the Geneva Peace Accord, 1954, it was violated by the relevant parties. So a supported referendum for an unification of the two Vietnam would never happen. So that's why it led to the war later on. And the questions, come back to your last slide. It's very interesting that you say that perhaps it's very the deterrence by denial backed by a threat of punishment in case of open attack will be more effective. And also you mentioned about the means of low present to the current periodic high-end performance, how it be applied in fight. Can you give it a more clarification, please? Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Robert Maxwell with CSIS International Security Program. I have a question for Mr. Murano. And one of the hallmarks of the last Japanese reassessment of their force posture was going from 16 to 20 submarines as a matter of their force structure. Do you see the force in part of the Kishida force structure expansion or reforms further expanding their submarine force? Thank you.
Thank you. Hunter, do you want to take the first question, and then we'll give the last word to Masashi?
Sure. So first of all, your point is well taken about, in terms of the historical context of, and this has been a matter of discussion, within, the proceedings team and among the folks in the project about, this specifically, applying, referring to the case of North Vietnam and South Vietnam. Does that qualify as an international conflict? Does it qualify as an internal conflict? And I think that's a really interesting area of discussion. And I guess I would primarily respond and say, I think this is a really, this particular strategic approach, I think is going to be a really interesting engagement opportunity between the United States and Vietnamese partners and more broadly within the alliance. Because, let's just remind ourselves, Vietnam won that particular conflict. And if Vietnam was using the strategic logic of insurgency, there were certain efforts that the Americans did during the conflict that I refer to and actually a number of our authors refer to the combined action program that the U.S. Marines did up in I-Corps where essentially you combine a small U.S. force with a larger local force at this very local level and effectively wage a sort of, from a political standpoint, a counterinsurgency campaign because we are defending the established order in this particular area of, the South Vietnamese government and so forth. And they're waging this campaign at the tactical and operational level in many respects like an insurgent. So Jeffrey Till talks about in his article that the most successful counterinsurgents, those who are trying to defend the status quo, they tend to apply and adopt the approaches of their insurgent opponents and then harness their superior resources to beat the insurgents at their own game. So I think this will be a really interesting engagement opportunity with colleagues in Vietnam, and I think the Vietnamese perspective, and certainly, Vietnamese perspectives have been instrumental in terms of developing. I mean, I cite Do Thanh Hai in the introduction to the project, and the Vietnamese perspective has been absolutely instrumental to, and is at the core of this work already, and I look forward to continuing engagements on that. And with regard to, so I wanted to make sure I understood when you were saying about, combining the persistent low-end presence with the periodic high-end presence, you were saying, how does that work in a fight? Is that what you were saying, or did I mishear you? In reality, okay. Sure, so I think, so essentially what you want to do, you want to have some kind of, I briefly flashed through a slide which showed a number of different kinds of small combatants that would be the types of vessels that you would want to apply at that low end of, there all the time, basically think like, we refer to in the United States as a beat cop. The policeman who is walking around the neighborhood, they're not like the SWAT team that can come and break down everybody's door. And right now, our military is very much predisposed towards the SWAT team. We need to balance that SWAT team, a really high-end capability, with the folks who are there. They're not as expensive, they're more numerous, but they can persist and stay on station for a long period of time. And then you want to give them a variety of tools to be able to contest and intercede and get in the way of some of these coercive actions being taken by civilians. And I'd be happy to talk further with you offline about that.
Thanks, Hunter. And Masashi, maybe the final word.
Yes, thank you for your questions. But this is my personal comment. But my answer is I don't think I don't think so. Which means that the current number of the 22 is the Japanese submarine fleets is the. I'm not sure I can say appropriate, but to consider about their several limitations. For instance, the personnel. As you may know, that the personal recruiting of the personnel includes, especially on the maritime self-defense forces. This is one of the biggest problems which they face. So consider all those kind of the several limitations, the personnel issues and the budget issues, and there already has a lot of the missions, as I described, the missile defense and ASWs and so on. So I think that the 22 is the maximum capacity of that. But to think about the ASW operations has not need to rely on the submarine itself. We can have some more variety of options, the supporting from the ground cooperate with some other partners, allies and partners, and expanding to some underwater sensor networks. And as I said that, for expanding our unmanned capability. So maybe that in coming the next budget request that I believe that the Maritime Self-Defense Forces has increases or requires the number of the unmanned systems like MQ-9. As you know, that MQ-9 has potentially can equip of the ASW module. So that those kind of some creative effort to support or expanding of the Japan's ASW capabilities. That's my thought.
Great, thank you very much. I want to extend my thanks to all the members of the panel, Charmaine, Masashi, and Hunter. I think this has been a wide-ranging and fascinating conversation. Please join me in giving a round of applause to the group, and we'll bring this session to a close. Thanks very much.
All right, I think we're ready to kick off on our final panel of the day. Don't worry, for all of those of you watching online, for those of you who have made it through all the conference today, we have saved the best for last in terms of the panel and the substance. I just want to make sure everyone's awake for that one. I'm Charles Liddell. I'm a senior advisor and the Australia chair here at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. And after listening to panels on the ongoing state of play in the South China Sea, legal developments, looking at posture in and around the region, we're going to now turn to our final panel of the day, which is where we have a smorgasbord, a smattering of the larger strategic picture and other players who are involved in the region too, taking a look at AUKUS, at the Quad, and at Europe. And we'll be exploring these groupings and how they work in the South China Sea. And I think this is extraordinarily important because, as we've heard all day long, Chinese provocations in the South China Sea continue unabated, and the security and the political dynamics remain in flux. In fact, just the other day, China's Foreign Minister Wang Yi tried once again to limit who is allowed to comment on what is happening in the South China Sea, declaring the South China Sea, quote, must be handled properly by countries in the region and must not be a hunting ground for outside nations. While not naming the Quad or AUKUS or Europe, one can assume that his comments were directed at those institutions, those organizations, and those nations seeking to ensure that Beijing does not dominate the South China Sea or overwhelm the capacity of Southeast Asian nations. Which brings us to this terrific panel of distinguished experts to discuss the role of Quad and the AUKUS and Europe in the South China Sea, and their efforts to expand what they have been doing in the South China Sea, and also to counter Beijing's increasingly aggressive behaviors. I'm really pleased to be joined on stage by this panel. Just moving right down here, next to me I have Darshana Barua, who is a fellow with the South Asia program at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, where she leads the Indian Ocean Initiative. Her primary research focuses on maritime security in Asia and the role of the Indian Navy in new security architecture. Next to her, I have Dr. Beck Strading, who has just flown in from Australia. She's the director of La Trobe Asia, an associate professor in politics and international relations in the Department of Politics, Media, and Philosophy. I'm very curious how media and philosophy intersect, but that's a conversation for another day, Beck. Her research focuses on maritime disputes in Asia and Australian foreign and defense policies. And finally, we have Bonnie Glaser, the director of the Asia program at the German Marshall Fund of the United States. Previously, she served as senior advisor for Asia and director of the China Power Project here at CSIS. She is also a non-resident fellow with the Lowy Institute in Sydney, Australia, and a senior associate with the Pacific Forum. I'd like each of our panelists to open by offering some framing remarks about the region, taking on the specifics of what you see most fit to address, after which we'll move into discussion and take questions from the audience. Darshana.
Thank you. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you to CSIS and Greg for the invitation and for hosting this on this 12th year. It's great to be back. The panel is on Quad, AUKUS, and Europe. It is a big panel. It's a broad topic, and I think what I'm trying to do today is talk about sort of India and the Quad, but also where does India stand in South China Sea, as that is a conversation or a question that I get quite often with the context that for a long time India was considered sort of perhaps a nation which was sitting on the fence, whether it was on Indo-Pacific or whether it was on Quad. And today Quad having materialized in a way that the leaders of the four countries have come together, and it's happened in quick succession within a couple of months. Where does it stand today, I suppose? On India and the South China Sea, I'd start with, is the South China Sea important to India? Yes. How, in what context, what's the framing? The number that is often said or is used by Indian government is 50% of India's trade moves through the South China Sea. So yes, it is absolutely important. If you ask the Indian Navy, is the South China Sea important? 100%, not just to protect its own trade and its commercial or military movements, but also for rules, norms in international law. So is South China Sea important? Absolutely. South China Sea is also important for India's own to keep up its own bilateral relationship with the countries within Southeast Asia, within ASEAN. India has a strong partnership with Vietnam. Indian oil company ONGC is still there in exploring oil blocks in Vietnam, which also falls within the disputed EZ of within the 9-dash line, and India still continuing these explorations. India has a really strong relationship with Singapore, with ASEAN. So from the political, economic, and even from the defense point of view, India is very much invested with countries in South China Sea, including between the different disputed parties and ASEAN as well. On this issue of South China Sea, I think India's strongest comments have perhaps comes bilaterally. When the 2016 PCA ruling came out, India was one of the quicker governments to put out a statement saying that, without naming names, that the PCA ruling stands, it's within UNCLOS and India supports it. India having taken an own, I think it was a similar, or the year before, there was a similar ruling between India and Bangladesh where the court had ruled in favor of Bangladesh and against India, and India has accepted that ruling. So holding that on, India had said that this applies, international law applies and rules apply, and India would follow it. That was on the PCA ruling. I remember in 2017 or 2018, in a bilateral document between India and the Philippines, India referred to the South China Sea as the West Philippine Sea instead of sort of South China Sea. So India has made those diplomatic efforts or differences in putting out that the South China Sea is important. But from the point of view of, say, would you see India sending its naval ships in a coordinated effort or a coordinated exercise under the umbrella of FONOPS? Probably not. Indian Navy will not stop operating in those waters or going to those waters or stop doing exercises in the area. It will not reduces interactions with the region, but I also don't think the Indian Navy or politically India is perhaps there where it would be willing to commit its Navy to send along with even with its Quad partners for a FONOP exercise in the South China Sea. And so on that, there are differences in terms to the extent India would go or to the extent India is looking to invest in it or be present in it. And why wouldn't India go into, say, a FONOP exercise, whereas it is, very much present there and sends its military and its navy, is because the border tension along its continental border is the most important threat or scenario for India, and that will always be a priority. I do want to note here that the Indian Navy is the least funded Navy amongst the three services. It gets about 17 to 18% of the defense budget. So there are capacity constraints, there are resource constraints, and within that, if we have to prioritize, it would pick and choose. India has that coordinated patrols, India has that coordinated sailings, and those have happened often and regularly, especially since, I think, 2019. But under the umbrella of FONOPS, I think that is a different, it's taken as a different framing, and I don't see India doing that when it comes to India and the South China Sea. On it, there are different questions on Taiwan also, which there are conversations about would India do something if there's a crisis, and I think that is a question that India has to explore with its partners in the region and with its Quad partners, and I don't think so there's an understanding on it as yet. So having come to kind of, so where does the Quad, because India is India is a member of the coalition, it's one of the partners, and the other three partners might be more visible and present in the South China Sea in a way that India is not, although I would argue that India is very much present, but not within the umbrella of FONOPS or in a way that is seen in media, but very much I think it matches its interest in what it says it would do with its partners. On the Quad, the one thing I think I would start the conversation on Quad saying that the four countries have all different geographic priorities. For India, the geographic priority is Indian Ocean. For Australia, it would be South Pacific, immediate neighbor, and South China Sea, like Southeast Asia. For Japan, it would be more of Northeast Asia. And for the United States, a little bit of everything with different priorities in different areas. So when it comes down to some policies, I think some countries would have a higher stake than the others, and those as sovereign nations, there will always be differences. So I don't think so. Each would all four would be on the same issue or the same conversation or the same dispute will stand equally. There will be differences as sovereign nations. So within the Quad, I think the common geography that all four agree on is Southeast Asia, and that has come up over and over again, whether it's in the bilaterals, whether it is in the quadrilateral summit, whether it's on the joint statement, whether it's on the White House statement. Southeast Asia is the center ASEAN centrality, which has been used. I'm sure there's been plenty of discussion on ASEAN centrality today in terms of where the Quad would pull its resources, what is the common ground, and I think Southeast Asia definitely emerged at the top criteria on that. But having said or having tried to give you a little bit of overview of what the differences are and how it's difficult to prioritize on a specific set of issues, whether it's the FONOP or on, especially on the military side, I think the fact sheet from the last Quad summit that identified climate change, vaccines, critical tech, and there was a list of issues that were identified were perhaps both a deliberate decision among the four countries on what they can agree on and come together and deliver on, and as well as a response to the region, right? If Quad is coming together, and the phrase I think Quad uses is force for good. I don't know who's writing Prime Minister Modi's speeches, but he continues to say it's a force for good, and if it is about delivering solutions or delivering concrete projects to the region, you have to respond to the region, and these are the issues that the region has asked for, where there is a challenge, and I think that's why the focus is on non-traditional security issues, and I think that is what we would see continuing and going forward. I see the Quad coming together on non-traditional security issues, on specific issues where four countries agree on, and moving forward, or pulling resources to deliver that. Vaccines one part of it, but maritime domain awareness, I'm told it's been discussed today as well, but the maritime domain awareness, specifically targeting illegal fishing in the region, is, I think, it's essentially an outcome of discussions, not just with Southeast Asia, but also in the Indian Ocean and the Pacific. It is an issue that is common to maritime Indo-Pacific uniformly, so there are lessons to be borrowed, and identification of the four fusion centers and the exchange of ideas and the exchange of tech, I think, can go forward. And I think it does seek to address an issue that impacts everybody across the region. It's not specific to one, it's not specific to it's not specific to a sub-region in the Indo-Pacific, but it's actually impacts all the different competing geographies of the four countries. So I do see a lot of potential under the initiative of maritime domain awareness, even whether it's in Indian Ocean, which seems removed from South China Sea issues, but really is not. It's a very common, and it's a very it's a key challenge, and similar with in the South Pacific. So on the Quad, I would end on this, is that I think despite different priorities on different issues, say, or different political will on different sets of issues, whether it's Taiwan, whether it's FONOPS, I would say that there is a convergence, and there is a willingness for the four countries to pull in their resources and provide solutions to the region. And what would the solutions would be? I think the fact sheet that came out from White House last year and the issues that were identified were a really good starting point on it. And Quad has made a huge leap from being, is Quad happening or Quad not happening, to now Quad is definitely here to stay. Would India's stance on Quad change with a change in government? No, it would not, because it has been institutionalized in a way that India is very much committed to it, and Quad is linked to India's Indo-Pacific engagements and aspirations. And I think this is here to stay. But what would be the issues that would go forward? I think regional solutions would be the issues that India would be focusing on, and MDA is an excellent start. And now the question is about if Quad can deliver, and we are yet to see how Quad delivers, especially on the vaccines. But there's definitely a movement from the political from the political end of it to do more within the Quad, and I do see India doing more. I know it's a very broad overview and kind of different frames within it, but looking forward to more detailed discussions during Q&A.
Thanks very much, Darshana, actually, for giving us both a view into how India thinks about its role, but also Quad as both an entity, but also India's engagement. We're going to return to both of these. But Beck, let's go a little bit further south and start with the Australian perspective about South China Sea, but also more broadly the evolving security architecture.
Thank you, Charlie, and thank you, Greg and CSIS, for the invitation to be here today. The last time I was in Washington, D.C. at the end of, for 3 months at the end of 2019, I spoke at the South China Sea Conference, and I spoke about Australia's interests and approaches in the South China Sea, talking about its trade interests. So Dashana mentioned India's 55%. I think the number that gets thrown around in Australia is 60% of trade through the South China Sea. Also talking about Australia's interest in regional stability. But as I've argued in my work, that there's a real concern for Australia in protecting a norm-based order, particularly around the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. But what's interesting is that was, only 3 years ago, and I think I was talking at the time that there was some hesitancy in really pushing, in Australia, pushing in a different direction in the way that it approached the South China Sea. So part of what Australia talks about and what it does is its routine, business as usual operations, exercising freedom of navigation in the South China Sea, and that part of the reason why it's resisted FONOPS, for example, US-style FONOPS, was a concern around how Beijing might react, particularly in the economic sphere. So moving ahead to now, I think that I have to sort of reflect on that issue around concerns around, Australia making a choice and make the point that I think AUKUS symbolises that Australia has made its choice, and that has been sort of clearly demonstrated by its commitment to AUKUS. So part of what I wanted to make, sort of frame my brief comments around is what AUKUS and the Quad says about some of the shifts in Australia's regional role, given that alongside the United States, Australia is the only other member state of both the Quad and AUKUS, which is pretty remarkable for a middle-sized state like Australia. And I think the shifts in Australia's foreign and defence policy over the past 5 years or so can be traced back to concerns over Beijing's coercive tactics, both towards Australia directly, particularly in areas of foreign interference and economic coercion, but also in domains such as the South China Sea. And it's been interesting to listen today that the sort of dangerous manoeuvres towards aircraft, Australian aircraft, over the past 6 months or so has been canvassed a number of times today. So I want to make 3 points in these opening remarks. The first is that Australia has shifted its approach to managing great power relations. Traditionally, Australia had emphasised what was called a pragmatic approach to not having to choose between the United States as its security ally and its major trading partner in China. Such debates, I would argue, are now effectively redundant. The economic coercion that Australia has faced from 2020 onwards, I think has had the reverse effect to the one that Beijing might have intended. Rather than creating a wedge between the United States and Australia, it's actually driven Australia closer to Washington. Similarly, Beijing's rejection of the 2016 arbitral tribunal ruling has also had the effect of pushing Australia closer to Washington, shaping its Indo-Pacific concept and contributing to the strategic narratives around upholding an international rules-based order. Now, we do have a new government in Australia. After 9 years of Liberal National Coalition rule, we have a Labor government, but I don't really see that perspective as changing much under a new government, and perhaps we can go into that during the Q&A. But the second point I wanted to make is that Australia's also shifted its role conception in the international affairs. So Australia has traditionally conceived of itself as a middle power in a global context, but I would argue it now sees itself as a regional power in a regional context. So it sees itself as an Indo-Pacific power. And as part of this sort of shifting role conception, the new strategic mini unilateralism of the Quad, and AUKUS plays a big role in that. And the maritime domain has become increasingly important. It might sound odd for an island continent to be accused of being sea blind, but Australia has often been accused of not caring so much about, or not having its maritime area closely linked to its sense of national identity. But it has a vast 8 million square kilometre exclusive economic zone, 10 million if you include the zone off the Australian Antarctic Territory, which people in this room might not recognise. But this is, you know, an incredibly large maritime area. And it's underwritten or underscored by the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, which means that Australia's norm-based approach reflects and recognises the importance of legitimacy of international law. So the third point that I would also like to make, as part of this shifting Indo-Pacific role conception, Australia has doubled down on its commitment to the US alliance. And in response to the challenges facing the maritime Indo-Pacific region, including in the South China Sea, the US has developed this concept of integrated deterrence through building capacity to counter, deter, and if necessary, defeat aggression. While we might agree that the concept is not always well defined, I would argue that Australia is possibly one of the most enthusiastic allies in terms of contributing to this US-led integrated deterrence strategy in Asia, and AUKUS is a testament to this commitment. Yet one of the struggles that I think I have as a politics or an international relations analyst is that there's been an incredibly large amount of commentary and speculation on AUKUS, but there has been relatively few official statements on AUKUS. And so I think that there are some sort of issues or questions that come to mind for me about what it is that Australia wants capabilities like nuclear-powered submarines to actually do. So one of the most common official justifications is that AUKUS will help sustain peace and stability in the Indo-Pacific, including upholding values as maritime democracies, US, UK and Australia, resisting unilateral assertiveness and defending the rules-based order. Now, the first initiative of AUKUS is the Australia's procurement of nuclear-powered submarines, which is really quite a significant part of the agreement. And the submarines themselves are justified as being necessary for maintaining regional superiority. But what it is that Australia wants to do with those capabilities and where it wants to operate these capabilities is a bit less clear. And part of Australia's defence planning, there's sort of two broad paradigms in the history of Australian defence planning. The first is defence of Australia. You know, is Australia really interested in trying to defend the continent? And then there's forward defence. So one of the questions, you know, that I think about is the focus really on the defence of Australia's own vast maritime domain, or is this about forward defence, operating in faraway maritime theatres such as the South China Sea? It seems that the latter is the concern, and as AUKUS and the nuclear-powered submarines is justified by Australian leaders in terms of deterrence. So while not necessarily explicit in official AUKUS narratives, for Australia it seems that the South China Sea is an exemplar of the threat that China poses to the international rule of law, to regional stability, and to the maritime rules that underpin Australia's own vast maritime entitlements. There have been some important questions raised earlier today about regional responses to AUKUS. Particularly, you know, there was concerns about how the French responded to the announcements around AUKUS, but also to how states in Southeast Asia might view AUKUS. And I think it's the lunchtime keynote with Dr. Eli Ratner, he said that there needs to be more consultation and more transparency, and I think that that is a really good thing for the region to have some of these explanations made explicitly. Not just that AUKUS is about providing for regional stability, but how exactly it's going to go about doing that would be very handy. So I'm just going to conclude my remarks by saying that AUKUS and the Quad signals that Australia is asserting itself as a more confident regional power, but that it is also at least partly motivated by anxieties around China's unilateral assertions in the maritime domains, including South China Sea, but also East China Sea and the Taiwan Strait. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Beck. Bonnie, I believe you have not only a presentation, but also some slides for us to look at, yes?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Greg and CSIS, for another terrific conference on the South China Sea. I've been tasked to talk about Europe's interests and activities in the South China Sea. So I do have some slides, and if you'll go to the next slide, please. First, I just want to address the issue of European interests. And of course, my colleagues have already talked about the interests of India and Australia. And there's a great deal of overlap between European interests and those of Australia, India, and the United States. Freedom of navigation is important to European countries. Frequently, European statements call for all parties to respect freedom of navigation and overflight in the South China Sea. The maritime rules, UNCLOS, the norms, the rules-based order is, I think, core, central to the way that Europe defines its interests in the South China Sea, wants to see those rules upheld. And of course, Europe's economic interests. And if we just look at ASEAN itself overall, it is the EU's third largest trading partner outside Europe after the US and China. There's more than 215 billion euros of trades in goods last year. The EU is the largest investor in ASEAN, so there's very deep economic interests. Next slide, please. I'm going to very briefly go over some of the evolution that has taken place in EU and US positions on the 2016 Arbitral Tribunal ruling. And I think it's interesting to look at how they have changed. So for Europe, when the ruling came down in July of 2016, the EU called on the parties to resolve disputes through peaceful means and in accordance with international law. It did not endorse the award. It did not call on China to comply with the award or to uphold international law. And of course, the United States at the time said that the tribunal's decision is final and legally binding on China and the Philippines. It called for the countries to comply with their obligations, but it didn't until later say that China's claims were actually illegal. At the time, I think the EU was quite divided. There were several countries, including Croatia, Hungary, and Greece, that were very heavily reliant on Chinese investment and very reluctant to criticize China, I think, too sharply. Next slide, please. So, of course, we saw during the Trump administration that the United States adopted a much more explicitly critical stance on the 2016 ruling. And we heard then Secretary of State Pompeo say that Beijing's claims to offshore resources across most of the South China Sea based on the 9-dash line are completely unlawful. And that was a statement that was mostly echoed by 3 countries in Europe, not by the EU in its entirety. And that was, of course, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom. And they submitted a note verbal to the UN in which they said that this claim of historic rights over South China Sea waters is not consistent with international law and UNCLOS provisions. But at the time, they still did not say that, that China explicitly should comply with the ruling. Nevertheless, I think that was a fairly significant evolution in terms of, what we could call the big three in Europe. Next slide, please. So then we saw further evolution, I think, during the last year, where the EU issued its Indo-Pacific strategy, and it called for the South China Sea to remain free and open, and it emphasized that the EU has a big stake in the Indo-Pacific, and it actually called out China for using law enforcement vessels to intimidate the Philippines in one episode. And so that was a significant step for Europe. Next slide, please. And then we saw just last December, U.S. Deputy Secretary of State Wendy Sherman met with the head of the European External Action Service, Stefano Sonnino, and they jointly expressed concern over China's unilateral actions in the South China Sea, the East China Sea, and the Taiwan Strait that undermine peace and security and have a direct impact on security and prosperity of both the United States and the European Union. And of course, last month, we saw the NATO strategic concept unveiled, which is a very significant document, the first time ever that a NATO strategic concept has talked about China. I would add, though, however, there is no explicit mention of the South China Sea in the document, but the strategic concept does highlight the systemic challenges posed by the PRC to Euro-Atlantic security, and it says that NATO will stand up for our shared values and the rules-based order, including freedom of navigation. So once again, underscoring those really core EU interests in upholding the rules-based international order and freedom of navigation. Next slide, please. So I'm going to talk a little bit about a few of the actions, some of the things that the EU is doing in support of its interests. And the first thing I'd like to mention is this Crimerio project, the EU Critical Maritime Route Wider Indian Ocean project. That was, it was established for the Indian Ocean, but extended to Southeast Asia in April 2020. And this is essentially a maritime capacity building project that seeks to enhance maritime situational awareness, promote interoperability, cooperation, increase communication among law enforcement agencies, and promote compliance with international regulations. So this is a relatively new platform in the region that the EU is using to engage with the Southeast Asian countries, with claimants, to strengthen the maritime rules-based order. Next slide, please. So then what I'm going to do is just very quickly look at what some of the individual countries are doing in the region, particularly with their militaries. The UK probably being the most significant in terms of its presence. We saw in March of 2021, the British government released its integrated review. It contained this section on the Indo-Pacific tilt, and emphasize the importance of the UK's economic, security, and social ties to the Indo-Pacific region. And then, of course, last year, we saw the British aircraft carrier, the HMS Queen Elizabeth, and its escort vessel deployed to the Indo-Pacific, and it operated in the South China Sea with American, Australian, Canadian, Japanese, and New Zealand warships. So I think that was really quite significant. Another thing that I would mention is that in February of this year, Australia's previous Prime Minister Scott Morrison and the UK's previous Prime Minister Boris Johnson issued a joint statement that called for protecting the maritime rights and freedoms of all countries in the South China Sea. So we're seeing these kinds of statements be issued by like-minded partners, and of course the United States is not necessarily involved in all of them, which is a good thing. So that's some of the things that the UK has been engaged in. We'll go to the next slide, talk a little bit about France. France, of course, has a very significant presence in the Pacific and sees the South China Sea and the preservation of peace and stability there as very much serving its interest. And so we have seen France also boost its military presence and its operations in the South China Sea. It was really notable that in February last year, there was a French nuclear attack submarine that was among 2 Navy vessels that conducted a patrol in the South China Sea passing through the Strait of Malacca, and that was made public. And we heard France's ambassador to Singapore say at the time that our presence in the region, including in the South China Sea, is part of our commitment to the freedom of navigation, freedom of flight, and the right to innocent passage in the South China Sea, as it should be everywhere else in the world, and called for all of the parties to peacefully resolve their disputes. So again, consistent support for upholding the maritime rules-based international order and freedom of navigation being part of that. So lastly, next slide, please, talk a little bit about Germany. Which sent a warship, the Bayern, to the South China Sea for the first time in 2 decades in August of last year. And Germany's defense minister at the time tweeted, "For our partners in the Indo-Pacific, it is a reality that sea routes are no longer open and secure, and that claims to territory are being applied by the law of might is right." And we also saw German naval forces joined by those from Australia, Canada, Japan, and the US to conduct exercises in the Philippine Sea late last year. And that was the first time also in 2 decades that vessels from the German Navy participated in multilateral maritime exercises. So these are just some of the examples of what Germany, UK, and France are doing, again being the big 3. My final slide is just maybe to look, if you'll go to the next slide, please, just at what the EU might be doing going forward. This is somewhat speculative, but has been mentioned by the head of the EU military staff, who floated the idea of the European Union establishing a maritime area of interest in the South China Sea. So the EU has a pilot project in the Gulf of Guinea off the coast of West Africa, which is part of what they call their coordinated maritime presences concept. And so there is some discussion, at least he floated the idea of establishing a maritime area of interest. And extending this concept to the Indo-Pacific and specifically to the South China Sea, I think would enhance the EU's presence there, might even lead to joint naval exercises and port calls with EU partners in the region. One might even entertain the possibility of participation in freedom of navigation cruises. Or some operations, maybe unilaterally, not necessarily multilaterally. But these are some of the things that I think are worth thinking about going forward as Europe considers how to deepen its involvement in the South China Sea, with the caveat that as long as the war goes on in Ukraine, there is no doubt that Europe is going to be paying its primary attention to the war in Ukraine. That said, I think, again, there is a lot of support for continuing to bolster, where possible, European presence activity in the South China Sea. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Bonnie. As everyone could hear, there's a real range of expertise and a real range of geographical focuses, or foci, I guess, from India to Australia to the broader European project. What I'd like to do, as all of you think about what questions you would like to put to the panelists, both online, but also those of you who are in the room, I have a couple of questions that I'd like to put to individual members of our panel, but feel free to add in on top of your colleagues too. So let me just start with Bonnie. And Bonnie, I'm going to do something really unfair. I'm going to quote you. Not that long ago, you wrote that between Quad and AUKUS, we're seeing the emergence of a new security architecture. And it sends a signal to Beijing that other countries are willing to stand up together and defend a rules-based international order. I think your presentation, really honing down on the details of some of those commitments, bears that point out. And I guess I would ask if that's the intended signal, as someone who studies and observes Beijing so closely, How do you feel that signal is being received in Beijing, and that line that we talk about all the time about what is most likely to deter further adventurism and what is likely to provoke further activities by Beijing? Are we getting that right?
That's a great question, Charlie, and I myself have been raising the issue with many people of whether we fully understand what deters China and what provokes, because we want to make sure we are doing the former. I'm not clear that in all cases we are. In the case of the Indo-Pacific in general, when it comes to architecture and creating these coalitions, and the activities that they are engaged in, I believe that we are doing the right thing and are having a cautionary impact on China. Perhaps in the short run, we might see some maybe increased concern on the part of China that might lead to some aggressive behavior. I don't rule that out. But I think that the main message that China is receiving is that its behavior is leading to the formation of coalitions that might in the future become more explicitly anti-China. The Quad is not today, and neither is AUKUS. The Quad is focused in large part on providing public goods, but it's also sticking its toes in areas like cyber and outer space and other things that suggest that it is concerned about security, not just the provision of public goods. The Chinese, as recently as 2017, referred to the Quad as foam on the top of waves, or sea foam, yes, and said it would dissipate like sea foam. That was the purpose of the analogy. That, of course, has not occurred. And so I think that China itself has been forced to think about the implications of its own behavior. We don't know whether that will lead to any change in its approach, but I think that's the hope of all the countries in the region, that China will reconsider the way it is producing its interests. I don't think we can change China's interests, but we can, I think, influence the way that it pursues its interests. So in the short term, I do think we might see some more aggressive behavior from China, but my hope is that in the longer run that China recognizes that its aggressive behavior will only further accelerate the formation of these kinds of multilateral formations, perhaps make them even more institutionalized than they would otherwise be, and that would be against Chinese interests.
Thanks very much, Bonnie. Beck, if we're staying on perceptions and guesstimating perceptions of other actors here, one or two questions for you. So the first is, you discussed AUKUS. I'd love to hear your thoughts about how AUKUS is being perceived in the region, specifically Southeast Asia, and the efforts that the Australian government has taken to assuage some of the concerns. Zooming out a little bit, because you teed this up for us, we have a new Australian government, and I'd be curious to hear a little bit of your take on continuities, discontinuities. That is, what is looking similar in its approach to Southeast Asia generally, and then more specifically honing in on the South China Sea, what variations might we expect?
Two very big questions there, but thank you for that. On the first question about perceptions in Southeast Asia, this is a critical question, and I wouldn't mind building on Bonnie's answer there about this sort of new strategic minilateralism that has emerged, and AUKUS and Quad are the two main examples of this style of architecture that is emerging. And I think that the countries involved do need to be very careful that they're not exclusionary and they're not seen to be exclusionary of other countries in the Indo-Pacific region. And I think this is why, countries like Australia and other Quad states talk in terms of ASEAN centrality. That is something a term that gets used a lot. but there needs to be, a lot of attention paid to how, say, Southeast Asian states perceive their interests about the delivery of public goods, and ensuring that these structures are inclusionary, or inclusive rather, and not simply, just for, in the Quad's case, for powers that are trying to assert their own perceptions of regional order across the Indo-Pacific. So perceptions really do matter, and the previous coalition government may have handled the AUKUS announcement. Perhaps it may have been a little bit more diplomatic in the way that it announced AUKUS. Particularly the French were annoyed, but there were also countries in Southeast Asia, Indonesia and Malaysia are the two that are most cited, where there are concerns around issues of non-proliferation, issues of an arms race, and how AUKUS might contribute to destabilising dynamics in the region. But the previous government did go out into the region, Foreign Minister Maurice Payne go out into the region to try to explain Australia's approach to AUKUS and to try to sort of allay some of those concerns, recognising, of course, that Southeast Asia, along with the South Pacific, are areas of paramount importance to Australia. The second question about the new government, the new Labor government, I mean, during the federal election campaign, the Labor Party cleaved very closely to the coalition on issues to do with China. Partly that's because Labor didn't want to be seen as being soft on national security, so there was a strong domestic political imperative to ensure that the voting population, that people would see Australia as being committed to ensuring that its sovereign interests are maintained, even while it's sort of being subject to coercive tactics from Beijing. I think in essence, policy stays the same. The commitment to AUKUS, the commitment to the Quad is the same. I mean, new Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, 3 hours after being sworn in, was on a plane to Tokyo. But the other important thing about that is he really actually wanted to go to Jakarta for his first stop as Prime Minister. But the Quad scheduling didn't quite allow for that. But that's an important signal to Indonesia that, and he's not the first Prime Minister to make Jakarta the first stop as Prime Minister, but an important signal about how important Indonesia is to Australia. I think where we will see changes is around kind of tone, emphasis, and the biggest one of all, I think, for Australia is climate change. We now have a government that is really wants to respond to the issue of climate change, and this, of course, is a significant area for states in the South Pacific and even in Southeast Asia. One of the major initiatives that the Labor government is bringing in relation to Indonesia is a $200 million infrastructure fund around climate change. So this is, I think, an important development for strengthening Australia's relations in its region.
Terrific, thanks. And also because this is a public forum and we get to broadcast here a little bit too, it's also worth noting the narrative around arms races, that fundamentally there has been an arms race going on for the past decade and a half, but only one nation has been playing in it. So what we see, what we're hearing described, are the catch-up efforts of other nations to begin to make sure that the balance looks more even as opposed to tilting in one direction. Darshana, when you started off talking about Indian activities in the South China Sea specifically, you said don't expect a FONOP. Okay, so what ought we to expect beyond the continuation of activities, noting that, as you said, there's different geographic priorities for the different Quad states. And zooming out a little bit more broadly, because you also discussed the Quad with us, I'd be curious to hear your thoughts going beyond the MDA initiatives. So MDA, great start. We heard Dr. Ratner talking today in Q&A about how quickly it might come online. We might see a demonstration effect in September, hopefully by the new year. But if showing things is important, if giving maritime domain awareness is important, specifically when we drill down into the security space, where might we see other Quad security initiatives moving into?
On the first, beyond FONUP, I think freedom of navigation operations, again, I say it from the point of view, is there going to be where India sends, well, if you actually ask the Indian Navy, they say we do it, but we don't call it FONUP. We sail through the waters, they're international waters. We sail in accordance with UNCLOS, and if it comes within a particular, within the 9-dash line, we are sometimes asked to leave the waters, and then we respond that we are in international waters, and we do not. So that would be the Indian Navy's sort of answer to that. But what I meant by FONUP is, would the 4 countries come together and coordinate and sail together under the framing of FONUP? I think that is a little harder for me to say coming out of Delhi, simply because it would mean that Delhi is committing to any future iterations of something like that happening. And that is very much a resource question. Can India send a ship every time, say, there is some sort of sailing that goes on? For instance, even after the PCA ruling, take India out of the Quad, you didn't see physical action out of the other 3, right? Like Japan, Australia, and India, and the US did not coordinate and sail through it and to say that, we do not, or we support the UNCLOS ruling. So I feel putting that as the litmus test also undermines somewhere what the 4 countries can do, because if you're not able to respond one time, it immediately goes to show that, okay, maybe you're not as committed and you do it's an ad hoc. So again, India continues to sail there, but perhaps here today they deploy a particular size, and I don't see that size increasing unless there's a direct threat to its commercial interest in the area, the trade, but also India's own relationship with India's bilateral exercise with Japan. It has to sail through those waters. So anything that might threaten it, I would say India are responding to it, but not necessarily under the umbrella of FONUP. Beyond MDA, I think on the Quad, it would come down to two ways. One is offering regional solutions, which MDA is one, which is centered on illegal fishing. Again, it's something that has been asked by the region, or it's a problem for the region and that you can address. And the second is more on the military and strategic side, that is within the 4 countries themselves, which is to build their own capabilities, capacities, interoperability, ability to do exercises, and interact with each other. And Malabar has, at some place and level, become that. It actually takes away from, so India no longer now has a bilateral exercise with the United States Navy, because Malabar was the bilateral exercise. It has turned into quadrilateral. India still has a bilateral with Japan. India still has a bilateral with Australia. So I think Malabar, at some sense, even if there is a conscious decision to separate Malabar and Quad, I think it's a conscious decision to say that whatever the 4 countries do in the military side of it, it would be in tune with the strategic assessment and the military assessment or the threat that the 4 see, or if there's a convergence where they can offer a response. And it's very much about the individual interest and priorities of the 4 nations. What Quad does together is essentially what can the 4 countries bring to the table and make an offer to the region. So I think that's where the military and the strategic side and the non-traditional side we would try to see, and perhaps why capitals have decided to keep the two separate. So I think for India, it would, on the Quad, would again, within Quad, I see the Indian Navy being very much interested in anti-submarine warfare along with MDA, whereas on the regional aspect, it will be maritime capacity, of course, infrastructure, climate change would be another, technology, cyber, all of the things that were listed, health, scholarship, which was the other deliverable. So issue-based, one more on the military side of it amongst the 4, one more geared towards the region and what the region needs.
Thank you, Darshana. Before we ask a closing question, I would like to make sure that we have a chance for the audience to offer questions of their own. If not, you're going to keep getting questions from me. Yes, please make your way to the microphone. please identify yourself and ask a question of the panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Neil Silva from the University of the Philippines Law Center. I have a question. Okay, Quad is basically seen primarily as a security arrangement and a security alignment. However, the Quad countries are not only the largest military powers in the region outside China, they're also the more capital-rich countries. Therefore, is there any way by which the Quad alignment can be leveraged not only into security, but also into, say mutual supply chain security, and then using it also as a sort of capital concentration in order to encourage developmental initiatives in the region? I am asking that because of our own administration's focus on economic development as a priority focus. Hence, an economic focus on the part of Quad, leveraging its capital-rich resource potential, might also be useful as a means of increasing its influence in the region. Thank you.
So thank you. Moving us away from the security into the economic space. Anyone like to take a stab at that question?
I can take the first. Actually, the supply chain conversation is very much happening already, and there has been meetings around it. There are working groups on it. So all of the points that you actually mentioned are conversations amongst the Quad. And if you go back to the last summit level documents that came out of it, it very much identifies that the human capital. There's also the scholarships, the Quad countries scholarship that has been introduced, which goes towards on STEM as well, which goes towards kind of leveraging human capital and building on that. And which is why I had mentioned the distinction between the hard security aspect of it and what Quad is aspiring to do for the region. The hard security is very much between the four countries. That's the four individual nations that have used one of their existing bilateral naval exercise to increase interoperability and understanding amongst the four of them. And all four already have bilateral, trilateral naval exercises amongst it. That part is not new. It's elevating existing platforms and missions. The part that is new is the four countries coming together to offer solutions in absolutely no military way into the region, which is, again, the issues that you mentioned, issues of vaccines was the #1 priority because that is what the region was facing as a global level. Vaccines can the fore. Supply chain is very much in there. And I think on supply chain, there's also been conversations with Korea, and New Zealand was part of it at one point. So there's very much a scope for it. But I think the challenge is actually perhaps from the region where, because of exactly how you framed it, that Quad countries have a military focus or have their naval focus, that the region has been finding it difficult to separate the two. The two being the military conversations between four individual countries that share a few common strategic threats and concerns and what they're doing amongst themselves at the bilateral, trilateral, and quadrilateral level. And the Quad as a grouping which came up as a response to the tsunami of the Indian Ocean and what it seeks to do today in the 21st century. Thank you.
Beck, Bonnie. All right, at that point, just being conscious of the time, I'd like to draw this panel to a close. Thank all of our panelists for broad-ranging comments and for really beginning to wrap this South China Sea conference. So thank you all very much. Please join me in thanking our panelists.